Yeah, and put away. Put away. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. This is August 17th, 2023, our regular meeting. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Be seated. Thank you. Maureen, can we do a roll call here?
June Daly. Richard Lou Miller. Here. Diane Jorsey.
Here.
Tim Zigmont.
Here.
Diane Rogan.
Here.
Chairman Veely.
Here.
Pat
Here.
Hamel. Steve Biella Jr.
Here.
And John Deacon.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum. Thank you.
We have a quorum with regular members.
All right, thank you.
Before we start with the regular agenda, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda, please.
Okay,
The motion is to amend the agenda to include discussion of the status of pending litigation of Little House Living LLC versus Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission and Town of Berlin, docket number HHD CV 23-616-5456-S and 550-554 Berlin Turnpike Associates LLC versus Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission and the Town of Berlin, docket number HHD CV 23-617-0450-S and possible action relating to same as an executive session item. And item 2, to consider whether to convene an executive session. Actually, should we do this as 2 separate? Consideration versus adding? Okay, so the first is my motion, and then I'll make another motion.
all right, we have a motion by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Zigmont. Do we have further discussion on this item? Then all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved.
Okay, and then second motion to add also to the agenda and discussion to consider whether to convene an executive session to discuss the status of pending litigation of Little House Living LLC versus Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission and Town of Berlin, docket number HHD CV 23-616-5456-S and 550-554 Berlin Turnpike Associates LLC versus Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission and Town of Berlin, docket number HHD CV 23-617-0450-S.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Zigmont. Further discussion? Then all those in favor? Those opposed? So moved. And
Where do we
Where
want to place it?
yeah, that was my next question. Where should we place it? After old business? Before commission business?
I would suggest placing it at the end of the agenda after planner comments, and then I believe it's appropriate that you could then adjourn the meeting from immediate.
The executive session?
Executive session. And note to the public that, as you go in, that will not be reconvening a regular meeting.
Okay,
Yes, because I'm not going to be asking you to take any action, so that is
Okay.
appropriate. Thank
all
you.
right. So,
I make a motion to put it on item 10. And move adjournment to 11.
I'll second that.
okay, we have the motion by Mr. Zigmont. We have a second by Ms. Jorsey. Further discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? So moved. All right, we're going to go back to the beginning. All right, we've done the roll call. We have a scheduling of public hearings. I think everyone who was on Zoom is muted, which is great. I'm going to ask the folks who are joining us here in the town council chambers to please make sure that your cell phones are muted or off. We don't want any ringing or tinging or bells or whistles happening when somebody's giving testimony or a presentation. This is just to be fair to all involved in the process. So we appreciate that. And those of you who are in Zoom, thank you for being muted. Our town planner is also aware that you may want to comment at one point, in which case you raise your hand or make yourself known to her. She'll alert us and you'll have the floor from there. All right, let's move on. Scheduling of public hearings. We have a proposed 2-lot subdivision, lot 15K, block 17, 0 Heritage Drive. Expired approval of Paul Pryor, and the suggested date of this is 9/7/23. Now, can I have a question on this, if I can, Maureen? We have it for 9/7/23, which is, I mean, looking at the agenda that we have for this evening. I'm just wondering, in all honesty, how much consideration we can give this matter on 9/7. Can we not push it back a little bit further into the year?
You do have time because you have 65 days to open the public hearing. This is a expired approval where you heard all the testimony and you have a decision that's not that old, it's a couple of years old, a year old. It's just over a year old, which is why they don't need the eligibility to ask for any extensions on filing of the Mylar. However, it is it has to be treated as a new application, and therefore should allot the time you feel necessary to review it.
Okay, so that will mean a
You would have time to go to the next September meeting, the September 21st meeting.
okay.
Make a motion to move this item to September 21st.
Okay, motion is by Mr. Zigma. Do you have a second? Second by Mr. Hamel. Thank you. Further discussion? Everyone's clear on that? Then all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed, so moved. On to the approval of minutes.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to move the approval of all minutes listed on the agenda to our next meeting, please.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Jorsey.
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Mr. Zigma. Further discussion on this? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved.
Excuse me, Madam Chair?
Yes.
We also have another new application that needs to be scheduled that came in. And I wondered if you wanted to entertain scheduling it as well. It is a new application received by the Berlin Fair to add a Christmas event where more than 250 attendees are expected, and therefore a public hearing is required.
Okay,
And in the interest, they have requested that it be scheduled for one of the September meetings, in that they need to proceed with scheduling and planning the event for later in the fall.
okay.
Make a motion, moving on to scheduling public hearings. Item B.
Okay. All right, we have a motion to move that as,
Second.
okay, thank you, Ms. Jorsey. Further discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved. Okay, great. Thank you, Brian. All right, so now we need a motion to schedule it.
Yep, so I'll make a motion to schedule that item for public hearing for the September 21st meeting.
Okay, motion by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Miller. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved. All right, so that cleans up that. Now we're going into the public hearings. The first item is subdivision application of M. Confarowitz for 3 residential lots at map 11-1, block 127, lot 16, 235 Weathersfield Road. And this was continued a couple of times at the applicant's request, and here we are. Do we have a call for the public hearing? No. No, do we have just one moment. I'm sorry, Mr. Gilmore. All right. Let's do the call for the public hearing before you go into your testimony or presentation. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Town of Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission notice of public hearing. The Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, August 17th, 2023 at 7 p.m. in the Town Council Chambers, Berlin Town Hall, 240 Kensington Road, Berlin, Connecticut. Interested parties may join the meeting and participate in the public hearing in person or remotely as provided below. A, moratorium of cannabis uses for extension through October 20th, 2023. Related meeting materials are available at the Planning and Zoning Department, Berlin Town Hall, 240 Kensington Road, Berlin, Connecticut. Remote access to this meeting is available by Zoom video conference at the provided link. The meeting ID, passcode, and all of that is also included in the notification. Data and toll charges may apply. Dated this first day of August 2023 at Berlin, Connecticut. Brian Rogan, Secretary, Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission. This was run in the New Britain Herald classified advertising legal notices on Saturday, August 5th and Monday, August 14th, 2023.
Thank you. All right, and thank you for muting your phone back there. We appreciate it. All right, Mr. Gilmartin.
Yes, good evening. My name is Jack Gilmartin, Secretary John Gilmartin. I JL Surveying and 212 Old Brickyard Lane. We're here representing our client on this 3-lot subdivision. We have been before the commission before, and we asked for a tabling. Prior to the meeting that we asked for the table, we met with the town engineer and staff about some concerns they had with the drainage, and we felt at that time that we needed to go back to the table and revisit it, which we've done that. So I'm going to tell you my end of it.
Yeah, turn it toward us, but Maureen, are these the latest maps here or the ones in our packet? Are they one and the same before I start unrolling things?
The one that should be on
The dices, yeah,
received this.
this was received this week, so this is,
This is the modified plan should be the one that the supplemental package. that we left.
Okay. And now Mr. Mayor will see firsthand why we need the laptops.
Look in the bottom right corner, I think it's stamped.
Only one in the packet.
14th
Um,
or thereabouts.
14th, all right. And we're gonna try not to crinkle this too much and follow along. Everyone unrolled? Okay, good.
So basically, after meeting with town engineer and going over some of his concerns, what I've done on the drawings basically is, as we talked about, a sidewalk. So we added a sidewalk on the drawing. We also added curbing where the curbing was missing out of the drawing. We added those two things to the revised drawings that you have now. The other issue when we met with the town engineer, he felt that with the addition.
All right, no problem. We have to unroll these maps anyway. And this is gonna cause a lot of static on the recording. Sorry, Fran. All right, we're on the third page, right? 3 or 4. Okay, everyone there? Okay, good.
Basically, what Mike said, that when we put the sidewalk in and we put the curbing in, he said the water is not gonna get into the lot. He said, he even made the suggestion that the French drain we have would probably be little to none use. They even want to take it out, which we decided we're not gonna do for a reason we'll get to in a minute. But well, what Andy our engineer will talk to you about is the drainage system that is not my ballgame. But I
Yeah.
can tell you what I've done to the drawings. And as I've added the sidewalk, I've added the curbing, I've regraded the lots because of the drainage system. We've raised the houses a bit to accommodate. Basically, not putting a drainage system in the ground, we're gonna put it on the ground. Because the concerns with the groundwater. So again, Andy will explain all that. Joan, you made a comment, closing in the last meeting, was that we can't drain on a budding owner.
Mhm.
You look at French drain, it's in our property. We don't go into a budding owner with the drain, we just turn it into the existing drain, the town drainage system that's out there now. Going back again, that buffer, that 35-foot buffer that we're gonna be doing cleaning out, which is this strip over here, which actually, while we're on our property, stands about halfway through the front property over here. Right away.
Is that the conservation easement that you're
Yeah, the town is, the town and the wetlands made a stipulation that we have to meet on site to clean it out, to determine how to clean it out, and then prior to any COs or any building permits, the town has to come back and inspect it and make sure that we meet their goals. So that area is going to get flooded.
Okay, yeah, you have to lean into it. All right,
I am sharing my screen. at this. The screen on the monitor should be the screen that is seen on from home. Remotely rather.
yeah, all right, so try to be mindful and lean into the mic.
Usually everybody telling them too loud anyhow, so, all right, so basically, backing up again for her engineer couldn't make it tonight. We put in sidewalks in, we put in curbing in, that with town engineer, he feels that the curbing and the sidewalk will stop majority of the water. If you look at these lots, and you look at the size of the lots, and you look at the photos that the neighbors have brought in with the water that's been on these lots, you just know that God didn't drop that water down on that lot. This is water that's coming in from the street over on that side, from cobblestone. The grade comes back to the drainage system over here. And it comes down the mountain and it comes from across the street, and there's a swale on the other side of the road that tries to pick up the rainwater coming down from those lots into a catch basin over on the opposite side of our property there.
So let me just ask you a question if I may. So you're saying that once you put the curbing in, it's gonna direct all the water down to this French,
Oh, no, it's gonna-
Drainage thing?
It's gonna direct it down into the town storm system.
which is located where? Can you just point it out in the map so everyone can see it?
So right now, on property, there's a catch basin here. Catch basin across the street from us. And then.
Yep.
Third basin. Third basin over here, which then drains out into this, conservation. This helps you out with a little color.
Again, Jack, you have to talk into the.
Yeah,
microphone.
unfortunately, you gotta bend into it too.
All right, so this being, our property, catch basin across the street. The water comes down through a trench over here, and then a swale over here, and then it goes into a basin over here, over to another basin, and then out and into the conservation easement. And that conservation is what really needs to be cleaned out and have the water be able to go through there constructively. That was a stipulation from the wetlands. So we're gonna meet that criteria on that. Now, the French drain that we have on the property that you was talking about, we're not joining onto a buddy, we're not
Yeah,
pushing water. That French drain actually comes around and drains in on our property. That's that dark line.
yeah.
So that is on our property. It goes into the existing swale or drainage in there.
Okay,
Um,
thank you.
The other thing we did was there were comments from engineering and also water sewer about our details not meeting the criteria for match their details, which we've done.
Oh, Mr. Zigmund's gonna solve the issue of people not being able to hear, so maybe this will,
I keep wandering around. Not karaoke night, is it?
I don't know, we'll soon find out.
Can you hear me with this? Everybody can, I don't know if this gentleman can hear.
Can you hear back there? Can you,
Let them talk. Let them say much yet.
Okay, all right, so basically, we met with staff and we completed the needs for the details for the road cuts and sewer and water. There was a comment about what type of fire hydrant. We've corrected all those things and met with them on that. One thing, we got some comments today, and the town engineer sounds that he's reviewed our drainage system. He's good with it. He did have one concern about the way our force main is going to come into the existing sanitary sewer. There's a stub coming out of the, there's a stub coming out of the existing manhole that's down in the intersection of Cobblestone, and we were going to tie into that. His concern was that he doesn't like having a pipe and then having a sewer line coming in it. So he said, well, if you're going to do that, put a manhole there or run the line directly into the manhole that's existing. So he said, we can work with, staff with that. That's not a concern. We'll work that out. So when we heard that today, our suggestion is we will run the sewer line into the existing manhole and have that a closed unit instead of having it into an open end pipe down the other end. Follow that?
I think so.
So basically, there's a stub coming out of the manhole heading towards our property.
Yep.
It was for future work. We do that all the time. And we just showed it coming into that. So when Mike says, no, I need a structure there. I don't like that way. Or either put a structure there or run it all the way back to the existing manhole.
No,
So for the cost and everything, we'll go right back to the existing manhole.
okay, thank you.
All right. That's about all I can tell you that I've done. And Andy will explain to you what he's met with engineering and they've resolved what they consider a usable drainage system on these lots. All right?
Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
Yes, June.
I was just curious on cleaning out that area on that drainage. Can you give us an idea of what that might entail, the kind of work it might need to be?
Yeah, there's a lot of dead trees in the helter-skelter dropped, and they need to come out so that there can be a clean flow of the water through that area. I don't think, from what I remember, we're not bringing heavy equipment in there because that could do more damage than good if you bring in a big machinery. So we're looking to clean, cut it up and take it out. There is something about it. I've never seen it, but way back by the hedges in the back of the property there's a pipe, RCP pipe in the ground there. I don't know what it was put in for. It's not really working in the direction of the water flow, I don't believe, and the neighbors could correct me if I'm wrong, but that may have to come out also because it's not functioning. It doesn't have a drainage function. It's just there. And it might have been for at one time a temporary road crossing that they used to get the factory that owns that property to get in and out of the back of the property. So I don't know what it's worth. So those are the type of things we're looking to clean out.
Does it go anywhere?
No, it's just a couple section of pipe and that's it. Just there. And I think the neighbors know more about it than I do. Yep.
Miss Daly, June.
You talked about regrading. What will that kind of entail? What direction will you regrade? You were saying regrade.
Because we've raised the houses, we'll be regrading the yard so that the front of the yards are all going to drain towards the road also. And also they're going to drain back into the French drain. When Annie explains to us about the French, we've increased the French drain of the Coltech chambers from 9 to 16. So we've put a substantial system in there now. And what we're going to do is have I think it's a 1.5 inch outlet pipe coming out of the Coltech chambers as a weeping into our French drain. So our French drain now is going to help drain down the chambers, but we're not putting a 6-inch pipe. We're not putting, we're not trying to gush it out. We're doing it at it's very, very slow, restricted rate.
Okay. Other commissioners? Yes, Diane.
I'm just wondering if this might not be an opportune time to modify the terms on the deed with respect to maintenance of that conservation easement area. Future maintenance considerations.
Okay, we were told, I mean, the note about the maintenance, and there's, I don't know how far I can go, but there's a note on the plan here regarding the wetlands comment, and that's to be put on every plot plan. So, and then as far as redoing the deed, that's fine, you know, it's kind of, it's on maps. It's kind of unclear the way this used to be a 20 or 25-foot drainage easement. But when they developed this, they changed it from, they abandoned the, there's a note on a drawing, probably down here, it says a drainage easement to be abandoned and supplemented with the conservation easement. But it's on drawings, and I didn't find them on deeds, so that could be a good thing to put on a deed.
It makes sense to be able to have the ability to do maintenance activities to prevent problems in the future, I think.
And then the other thing that I think the town engineer mentioned earlier was he made a comment that we don't need a fence in the back of the wetlands. What we're doing, and part of the stipulation of the wetland commission, was to put a fence with a gate around that wetland property. So there is going to be a fence from over here to back into the conservation easement with a gate in the middle, so we can get in there to do whatever they got to do. And there's a whole planting schedule, and that's all on all the plans. It's up on the top there is what kind of plants are got to go in. George Logan, our soil scientist, designed it all.
Okay. Other commissioners? Any questions, concerns so far? The only question I have is that the easement itself, the conservation easement, is it swaled at all?
It's
Can you tell?
no, it's actually, water comes out and kind of kicks this way. It kicks over this way and then meanders back. And it's not a design drainage ditch. And I think probably because it can't, because of the junk that's in there. And that's what the goal of Jim Horville was, that once they can clean this thing out, can they create this proper diversion of the water into a uniform form? It's a flat area, I'm going to tell you that, but it's that's the goal of the easement. And we have 35 feet to work in, because we don't, you know, the rest of the property is wooded, but we don't own that.
Do we know if that soil is more gravel than it is, say, like clay or rock?
I don't know anything about
We
this.
won't know until you get in there. Okay. Right, we are in the,
Well, we got my.
Oh,
he's
we have
gonna
another part of the
he's
presentation.
gonna
Okay,
explain
great.
about
Oh,
the
yeah, that's
drainage
right, the
system.
drainage thing.
Yep. Yeah, don't do karaoke nights. There you go. I knew you were going to do that. This is updated.
Good evening. My name is,
Let's go on.
good evening. My name is Andrew Stahoviak. I'm a professional engineer. And I just want to make address 4 issues for you. Well, the first one is that subdivision, the original subdivision. And the next item would be what we have learned from the property owners and these puddles and rain and their problems. I want to summarize that for you. And the third, address the proposal, our proposal that will show that we're helping not only our lot, but a lot of the property owners. And then I'll summarize. So the first part, am I on? Okay. So the original subdivision is shown here with all the approval signatures. It's a 1995 the original lot owner was Kulesha, and she subdivided into 9 lots. 6 of the lots were created and 3 were joined. They were never separated because the developer paid for water and sewer for these, but then the original homeowner that had the subdivision, she would have to pay for the water and sewer here to handle these lots, and I think she chose not to do that. So although this was approved, it was never built that way. So one of the two things I just want to point out on this is that we're basically back to this proposal. We're asking for three lots here. And the second is that there is an easement on this side that was created, I'm assuming at this point in time, for conservation and drainage to go on our lot, 35 feet. And there's another easement on here for basically screening purposes, a 20-foot side yard. There's nothing there. And so that was the original thing. And we're looking at going back to that. So we did, I think our due diligence is that we've observed this lot for a year now. Winter, summer, freeze, whatever. We've looked at town, so state sources. We talked to a lot of the neighbors, and we looked at historic photographs of what happened here in the meantime. We look at used geological survey monitoring wells. We installed 2 monitoring wells, pipes in the ground, perforated, that told us what the water is, water levels, how the site reacts to all these various different situations. And we looked at drainable porosity as far as what the soils here can take. The neat thing about drainable porosity, it measures how much water is left. It doesn't care, down, sideways, evaporation, whatever, it's that. So we have a pretty good idea of the nature and the soils. So the second point is, what have we learned about these lots from almost a year now? So the first thing is the we have the other one, that one. Here's the bottom. So what we found is that the water on this that flows onto this lot starts up on the ridge line by the town, the fairground, way up on top. It runs down. It runs down through the upper lot, Mrs. Budney's lot, the street. So it's basically flowing this way, and then it keeps going that way. So after rain, that water has to go down either through this lot or on this lot. It's coming at us. That's how nature set it up. So here's what we've learned, and I'm just mentioning because this is what we learned. When at the last meeting, the staff said, well, Mrs. Budney cleared some of her property, she owns 18 acres up there, and she cleared trees and increased the drainage coming down to this place and the other lot.
Hold on. Excuse me.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
This needs to end, this back and forth.
Okay.
Excuse me. This is counsel to the commission, Jennifer Capola. This back and forth needs to end. The problem is we're not going to have a complete record. People are speaking out. That is not the way a public hearing is conducted. You'll have an opportunity to come forward after the engineer has completed his presentation. And we certainly will get your comments on the record.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer.
My best recollection was that clearing was done. It was on the upside.
No, talk. to
Clearing
us.
was, I'm sorry, clearing was done. That increased the flow on here. I understood that it was done on her property. So, okay, so then we've got this road here. In 1995, this road was only 18 feet wide in places, it's now 25. So recently, my understanding is in the last 10 years, this road was repaved. So on average, 4 feet of pavement was added from Cobblestone Road, 750 feet this way, which increased the flow of drainage onto these lots and everybody else here, surrounding lots. So that is similar to it's more than what one of these homes puts out as extra drainage. So the roof area of one of these lots, what the town did here and shooting onto our property through this drainage, through the town drainage. So then, we looked at this lot here. I call it the factory wetland lot to the east. Fosdick owns it, and what that is that there's a power line that goes through this lot. There's a utility road that goes through this lot, and most of this lot has wetland soil. So, and nature made it the low spot. So, seems like the best use of this property is for drainage. And historic photographs show, and I'll hand out a packet. If I may just.
You take one? So.
First colored picture in this packet is a historic photo of the area. Sorry, thank you. All right. Is that better? Thank you.
And we're talking about the 1975 picture?
Yes, the 1975 picture. It shows, and to the right hand side of the drawing, there's it says drainage ditch. You could clearly see that in this area, there's a drainage ditch, even whatever, how many years ago, and it takes the water, because the water's trying to get from here or from the fairgrounds to the Mattabesset River, which is lower. So this drainage ditch existed even at that time. So the next lot that we see is this corner lot. And a good part of this corner lot drains onto our property, the property here. So this corner lot. The next property that I'd like to draw your attention to is the property here. Is I think it's owned now by Krasinski. Okay, so when this subdivision occurred, there were no arborvitae at the property lines. Water flowed, sheet flow right through. So when Mr. Krasinski bought the property, he noticed there was a puddle formed on our lot next to his. And I think it surprised him, but the original owner created it because these arborvitae are put on a berm. It's 12 inches, 1.5 feet here. And I'm assuming it's to help protect the rain from growing through his lot, but it now causes a puddle on our lot, on here. So I would like to pass a bunch of photographs, if I may, Madam Chairman, starting at this end. And so these two are the water coming off the uphill properties down to our lot. This is the discharge of the town drainage system onto our lot,
Excuse me, how many different photographs are there?
13.
13. So can you refer to them as
Yes, I
number
just,
1 and 2 as you go through them so that we
one is,
mark?
2, it shows the
They
Budley
are marked.
property. They are numbered.
So please reference the number when you,
Okay.
as you describe it. Thank you.
Photos 1 and 2 are the Budley property drainage, either shooting down to our lot and their properties drainage comes in at this point. There's a pipe this way, and then it's piped this way to a catch basin and then onto our lot. The other photograph is from this area, looking that all the drainage basically shows that it's draining and then enters onto our lot through the town pipe. So picture 3 was a discharge onto the lot. Picture 4 shows water flowing from the street onto the lot. And picture 5 does the same thing. And if you look at picture 5, you will see that you can see the trees and shrubs that get in the way. We were talking about cleaning out. This is what those are. So similar to the picture 6, 7, and 8 show the drainage that comes off the road here and onto our property. It's basically this corner. There's a existing curb here. The water from the crown of the road runs this way, and it wants to go this way across the lot. And these 3 photographs show that water flow.
May I just stop? I mean, while you're passing these out, you have picture number 5 here.
Yes,
And I don't know if you can see
yes.
what it is,
Mhm.
but is this the conservation area?
The left side is the conservation side. I don't know where exactly the factory wetland lot starts. But the picture is, this is the discharge pipe here.
And that was the picture of that pipe.
Yes, that's the pipe. It's a RCP, reinforced concrete pipe.
All right, my concern is, as I'm looking through this, is that even if you were to clear out the dead wood and the brush or whatever, I'm really wondering how that's gonna resolve this drainage. This is a lot of water. I don't know how it's going, I don't know how it's gonna help improve without, the flow without affecting another property.
Right.
That's,
There was one picture that was shown, I believe, at the previous meeting, where water was shown going this way from that drainage this way. And the idea was not to let it go. It meanders. The flatter the slope is, the water just wants to find the easiest way.
all of,
So if there's any kind of a blockage here, it went this way, and there was a heavy flow showing this way, as opposed to going down the easement. So Mr. Levchik was concerned about that. So what we were saying is, if you help direct the water, and nature will find its path, and it has for the last 50 or whatever years, then the ditch becomes pretty pronounced in this area, maybe not so much here.
would it not be a better idea to try to direct the water into a drainage on the street to have the water then carried away? Because I'm sure that other homes or other properties, as you say, you're gonna put up the curb, the water's gonna flow, again, the curb's gonna prevent it from going on to the property owner. But then what I'm hearing is that it's all gonna sort of collect at the corner there and be discharged through this conservation easement, which is pretty flat by your own terms. And I just see that it might just be doubling up on the problem as opposed to isn't there a way for us to tap into the pipe in the street to have the drainage
Well,
be taken
that
completely
point-
away?
that point was chosen by the town as a discharge point onto the lower properties from the road. They have a pipe this way, and that's where the town is discharging. So it's not our choice, it's the town's choice.
Did the engineer look at this?
Well, that's the way it's designed. That's the way it has existed.
If you look at these, I don't know how
It's that-
topographic,
it's the drainage goes to that drainage course at the easement area that has existed as the drainage for that area,
Okay, but
going towards a natural environment area,
yeah, and I guess I would,
from understanding.
yeah, no, I think you are. It's just, it seems, I don't want to, I don't want to be I don't want this commission's action to complicate things or to make a problem worse.
well, I don't think
That's-
it will because this is a topographic map. So water flows at 90 degrees to these lines. So here it's flowing this way, here it's flowing this way. If you see, this is a big line here. So from Mr. Lefchick's lot, actually goes this way. And see, there's a natural ditch, then takes, and then when I said that this property here has a natural ditch, and there's a pipe under this service road that they have, and it goes this way out to and it protects the factory lot from this water going down to their lot. So they I would say I would be in favor of keeping this ditch here. So even though that it meanders in this area, this is the best way to solve this thing. This is the low spot. Nature picked the spot. Town said ditto. And they've been using it and calling this a drainage ditch with a pipe for all these years, you know?
Yeah,
So this water that we're talking about is not extra water. It's water that's coming down from the hill, wants to go down to Mattabesset. So it's going there somewhere anyway. We're not adding any water, you know? We're just trying to see if by redirecting it, you would be helping Mr. Lefchick with the water going into this ditch, which then quickly exits, as opposed to soaking down through his lot and our lot in front.
okay. Thank you. June, Miss Daly.
So on the street, that same picture you just had up on the street to the left before can you,
Which I passed.
the big,
Oh, the map?
yeah, the
Oh,
map.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
So you've got the drainage items marked there. To the left of that is a street.
Yes.
So with a curb and a sidewalk being built along that road now, all the water from there is all going down to the right as well.
Right.
Instead of into the properties as it's been before, kind of being dispersed evenly onto the
There's a curb
properties.
in this area right now. So all the water from this area goes onto this lot anyways. And any water here goes down this way. The water here flows this way. It's gonna go this way no matter what. You see, these are the topographic lines. So the water is at 90 degrees. It's just gonna go and then hits this ditch at some point and then goes that way. So this water is going down there. And if you have a house, if you can go around the house, I think it would be a benefit to the property owner here and these over here. Because by diverting it here, you're helping this fellow get rid of the water coming at him. Okay, so picture 8 is the puddle after heavy rain here. Three days later, this same puddle looks like this. Ten days later, picture 10, basically the
Please refer to the picture number.
yes. Those are 8, 9, and 10. 8 was the big puddle. 9 was 3 days later. 10 is 10 days later. in the handout that I passed out, we looked at and we said to ourselves, why is that puddle forming there? So in the packet, you don't need to look at it, but I just wanted to say that we looked into it. US Geological Survey has groundwater monitoring all throughout the state. One of them, this one was in Marlboro. And it basically showed, when we first entered the lot, it was always dry. Everybody's talking how wet this thing is. It was always dry. And it shows that the little triangles are the median, or say the average of the values. So the red line is the actual measurements. So the measurements way below average last year from August through December. Then we had heavy rains, and in end of January, middle of March, and beginning of May, the groundwater levels in this reference well went over and above whatever was recorded. It was like record wet. And that's when one of these puddles shows up. So it doesn't show up every time. It also shows up if the ground is frozen and there's water, but then it'll puddle everywhere. But there was a puddle there too. Okay. So the other thing is, on this property here, the wetland doesn't stop at the property lines. It continues, and the wetland soil maps show it goes right through. So the problem with building a house here and on a wetland, you're going to get wet. I mean, the basement is wet and all the problems that you have. So some of the comments that we've heard was about wetness on this. But if you have the nice greenery of the wetland, you get the wetness of the wetland. Okay. So when this property owner here built this berm similar to this, he stopped the flow going onto his lot, except this berm is 24 inches wide. I believe it's the second one that was put up there. And the problem is that some of the berm is on our land, and then there was a drainage system, and it was also put on our land. The screening is fine, it's okay. So but it, whatever.
So I'm sorry. So if the arborvitae there with the screen was to prevent the water from coming onto that adjacent property,
Yes.
so how will you resolve the issue if you're using the conservation easement to connect up to the Mattabasset, that draining site?
There is a drain. There is a drain here. It's a 6-inch drain, and we're proposing to put a little bigger pipe in there to redirect the water into the conservation easement. And I want to show you a couple more pictures of that.
So there's an existing pipe along that arborvitae
Yes,
buffer,
in our lot.
and it's just a pipe.
I don't know exactly what it is. It has little drains. It has like
Holes?
6-inch slotted green drains, and you could see them on picture 11, which shows the berm, and it shows the house here, and it shows the berm there. And picture 12 shows the same berm with that diversion to the ditch and the easement and next to it. And 13 does the same thing. It's another picture of that.
Joan, can I answer one of your questions? That 6-inch pipe that's back there, there's about 6 caps on top of there. They're like little yard drains. So there's a series of outlets all along that pipe. They're dropped, the water is coming off and going into that pipe and then going off into the conservation easement.
Okay, but is there a possibility that that pipe may be clogged or those drains?
No,
might be
I've
clogged?
seen it. What we're gonna do, we're proposing to do is to take that out and put a bigger pipe in. But keep in mind that the flooding that happens in that corner of the lot and then on the other side, and again, agreement with your town engineering staff, that's gonna end because what's happening now is it sheets down across our lot and congregates over in that back corner over there by the wetland, and then over the other side. That won't happen anymore with the sidewalk and the curbing. That should eliminate, God's gonna still put water down there.
Yeah, well,
And so, but.
So that's what I was gonna go into our proposal, which addresses exactly what Jack said.
okay. All right, thank you.
So
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
item 3 of the 4 that I was gonna do is our proposal then is uh, just to reiterate this curtain drain. Basically, it's a ditch lined with filter fabric with a slotted perforated pipe on the bottom, and rainwater coming off the top falls down into it. We put stone in it, wrap it with filter fabric so nobody falls in, and any surface drainage going this way, if it overtops the sidewalk, would then go into this curtain drain and out.
It's like a dry well,
Yes, it's a long driveway. It's a wide or long driveway.
dry well.
Now,
Wow.
the original option on this piece of land is, the septic system was built in 52.
Mhm.
So the health department has told us, you have to build a new septic system, bring it up to code. To protect it, you have to put in a curtain drain. So by extending this curtain drain that's going in one way or the other, up here, we're helping the neighbors, all of them, by cutting off the drainage off the road and into the line. So, the other thing is this curtain drain helps dry out the neighboring land, because the water tends to, if it's gotta have a long way going this way and it's a short way to the easy street here, it'll go this way. So it basically will help dry out this frontage that in the front of the lot. So it helps our lots, but it also stops, like Jack was saying, it stops all that water going from downhill to all these other properties. The other thing is, there was a question on the suitability of soils, and we modified our proposal now. It's these 4x4, 16 units, basically barrels under the ground. It's gonna be like a bathtub. It's PVC sheet, inside rock, barrels to detain the water, and we're just talking roofs, And the storm that we're designing, just for perspective, it's an 8-inch rain. So I looked at the records and saying, when do we get close to 8-inch? I haven't found it. We're out of the record.
Build an ark.
So the only way that you get this rain that we're designing for, and we sized for it, is if you get a hurricane. The last one that was close was in 1955. Alice came through, 7.7 inches of rain. So we're even bigger than that. Alice caused huge dams to go up in Thomaston, Black Rock, Northfield, etc., to stop all that water coming through. That's just to keep it in perspective. We're talking 2 roofs, on the driveway, but our system is sized for it. I think that any discharge from this, when that heavy rain, nobody's going to care, because they're going to be flooded all over. Everybody's, you know what I'm saying? It's like, picking,
Yes,
So our proposal is to put in these systems. They're gonna bleed the water through an 1.5-inch pipe into this current drain. It goes out into this easement that nature, town, everybody figures this is the best place. And then in 2 days, it would empty and go that way. So I think our proposal of the sidewalk, the curtain drain, and these detentions and we just got an email today from the town engineer, or we saw the one that he wrote, saying that he agrees with this modified version based on not what we presented before, because he had trouble because of the wetness here. We're basically now taking the rain, and he thinks so. In summary, I just want to quickly summarize what some of the points that we're making. is for the last 50 or so years, the factory lot to the east has been carrying drainage from uphill properties. That's how it goes. And you saw the ditch. It's very distinct, and it goes. This is the service road. There's a pipe through here. There's another pipe that Jack mentions in this area. I don't know what it's for. Somebody used the yard to get in or whatever.
Service
I
road.
don't know.
It was the service road there on that other lot there come from.
And the factory, I understand from one of the neighbors, used it as a shortcut because they had another property up that road and they used this as a shortcut from them. So as far as pristineness, virginity of this lot, it's not much there. And we've observed, we make these observations and conclusions based on a year of observation on this thing now. We've checked the lots at the wettest, which is groundwater flow is laminar. It acts like a honey. When it's cold, it flows. We checked it in March. It was the coldest. We kept measuring the temperature in our well lots, and that's actually the lots do carry a lot of water. So from a septic system point of view, they look terrible, but they work wonderfully. The problem is for the stormwater, you know. Okay, the drainage buildup on these puddles and wetness that people, the owners have complained are of their own making. Because they've stopped the overland flow and it's not there or there was a previous owner. And, you know, that's how it is. The screening, I think, is a nice thing. It's a nice feature. It helps both neighbors, you know, if I was buying a lot. The paving, the town has increased the width of the road and increased the problem on our lots. By putting in this curtain drain, we're helping to address that and alleviate that. Okay, so the curtain drain diverts surface water. The other thing I didn't mention is that the curtain drain also intersects groundwater. So as groundwater comes in from down the hill, it also hits here. So if there's rock or hard pan soil here, which we have in this case, the groundwater coming down through here from this, you saw those soaked areas uphill. As it comes through, that curtain drain will pick it up. So it intersects groundwater and it intersects the surface runoff. And the amount of water that we're intercepting here is twice the sum of any impervious surfaces that we're adding. We're diverting so much of this road and drainage impervious area into this conservation easement so that these property owners down here should see a marked improvement because we're cutting the groundwater and surface water and we're cutting it off, moving it this way. And also the other thing is this lot, the septic system for this is shown here, but the septic system basically leaks 300 or 600. It's not a big quantity, but the groundwater, treated groundwater flows into this property owner's lot. By putting in grinder pumps, low pressure sewers and connecting it this way, which goes to the sewer system, Mattabesset treatment plant on the Connecticut River, we're also reducing the wetness of this lot. So I think that, yes, we're helping ourselves, but I think we're also helping most of all the neighbors in the area by our proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Jorsey.
While you're still here, could you address the capacity that the curtain drain can accommodate in comparison to the maximum storm amount that you mentioned with the 8-inch rain, and whether, you know, if it's going to be able to remotely handle that, or what can we expect for that?
Normally, the curtain drains, a 6-inch pipe is put in for a curtain drain. We're putting in an 8-inch pipe. An 8-inch pipe, I think, can handle on the order of 3 million gallons a day, like sewage from 3 million gallons a day. I can't think of the number in cubic feet per second or acre feet, but it's way more than is necessary.
Yeah, I'm the old fogey on the commission here. Maybe Mark was on the commission when this came in. But these 3 lots were in the original subdivision of 9 lots, I think it was. And then they decided not to build this. There was a proposed sidewalk across the front of Weathersfield Road on those 3 lots, along with the lots in the rear. There was a little access road that went across right behind the lots here. That little pipe, I guess they're talking about, is in there. That used to be a little access road. When the 9 lot subdivision came in, I can remember this same scenario about the water coming across, and it was supposed to be treated basically with swales in the adjoining lots, bringing it into Copper Beach is the road. I don't know what the road is over there, into the drainage of the Copper Beach. And the swales were never built on those lots because these lots were taken out of the subdivision. Okay, so the swales weren't built on those lots, but the houses were built there. Okay, that's why those houses started getting water from as Weathersfield Road got built, and everything else, more water went in there. And that conservation easement was put there to supposed to be swale down through there. And that wasn't done either. That swell wasn't made because these 3 lots were not done. So a lot of stuff was affected when they decided not to build these 3 lots. Okay, that was designed there. Now you're addressing more issues than there was there 1995. There's more water and stuff. I'm glad to see that they're being addressed. But I think most of the problems were from not building those lots and not building the sidewalks on Weathersfield Road and the curbs. That the water just receded across these lots. I see a lot of correction being done here, and that's all. Because I remember this was one of those pain in the neck subdivisions because of the water, and sticks in my
Yeah, but
mind.
that's-
1995.
Yeah, but that's why, but that's why we're here today, because now we have to address.
Yeah,
the
we have
3
to address
lots.
it now, and
All right,
I
we
think
can't.
they are addressing it. That's what.
Well, yeah, okay. Anyone else on the commission?
At least a lot more than 1995 being addressed.
Yeah,
We have another issue.
yes. Oh, you have another issue. Okay,
Well, another thing that I'd like to address.
okay.
Open space. The question is open space
Oh.
compensation. I know in a lot, we're gonna be asking the commission to waive the open space, in the subdivision regulations. There's provision for, the commission can waive open space for 4 or less lots that have the areas less than 6 times the zoning, so it's an R21. If the area is less than 6 times the zoning, and the total area of the existing lot is less than 2.5 acres. So we meet all that criteria. We're a smaller lot, we meet the requirements that you would have to waive the open space compensation. So that's the thing we're asking us.
Okay. So you're looking for a waiver on open space and open space, a fee in lieu of?
Fee of lieu or whatever. Yeah, we don't have any land to give you, so it would be fee. So we'd be looking for a waiver on a fee.
Okay, well. All right.
Just one last thing, to summarize question you had. I think the intent, when you look at the water now comes into the lot. It is the way this lot is a hump where the existing house is.
Yep.
So the water goes left and right. And it goes in it, but it then disappears. It slowly goes out. What this drainage system and the sidewalk, that's why last meeting when I was asking about the sidewalks, because the sidewalks does an awful lot. The sidewalk is gonna be tremendously helpful for this drainage issue. So now that the water goes down to the back property line and now it's up against the neighbor's property, that won't happen anymore. It's gonna not be able to go down there. And the question is, are we creating more of a problem on the other side? Well, now it's got, if you look at the length of the drawing,
Mhm.
it's got a lot more land to dissipate out through that open area over to the abutting owner through the conservation. Well, keep in mind, the water's not all going down through the conservation easement, 35 feet. It's going to go off into that other property, as you said. So that gives it a better chance to dissipate over there instead of it going up against these people's properties as it is doing now.
Okay,
Right.
all right, thank you.
Yep.
Staff have anything you want to add at this point before we go to the public hearing?
You want my comments now?
Yeah, please. Yeah,
Okay,
I'd like to
so-
know.
So as the applicant indicated, in your supplemental, you do have, the applicant's engineer having worked with Mike, the town engineer. And Mike provided comments, which unfortunately were lost in cyberspace, we believe, and we didn't actually know they were sent until today. Neither Fran or I found them in our inbox, so there was some glitch there, but, he takes no exception to the adjustments in the stormwater management design, which means satisfied with their design, at this
Okay.
time. They did work, on several work sessions with regard to it. The remainder of his comments can be addressed as, conditions or prior to permits, the installation of the services that goes along with water control comments too. And those were all in your package in the, last set of, staff comments that were previously distributed. Some of the comments would no longer apply. However, I would suggest that, items 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then add the comment of the deeds be written to provide for maintenance of drainage and easements areas. The language to be reviewed by staff and corporation council. Be added, as you all mentioned. Again, you would have to, make a separate decision regarding the request to waive the open space. And waiving open space for a subdivision of this size is, permitted in the regulations as stated by the applicant. As he represented it, that is true. Right, I'm trying to get rid of the screen. I'm talking to you. It would, of course, have to adhere to the wetlands conditions, and that includes the cleaning of the drainage ditch area and easement area, which is, part of the requirements from the wetlands permit for the application, and should, as, in my discussions with the engineering division and wetlands agent, that, should help the drainage system as well. And I do just want to say the pictures that were handed out, if you could please make sure that, they are all compiled. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I have that I have that, and I think there was one of those for each of you, but I do need the photographs. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Maureen.
Then public.
And now we're going to turn to the public. So here's your chance to address the commission regarding this application. I ask that if you have any comments, please approach the podium. We need your name and your address for the record clearly, and then we'll vent out your concerns. Anyone? Either for or against? Anyone? This is the public hearing.
Oh, he has raised his hand.
Okay, we have an engineer on Zoom. Okay,
Can you hear me?
yes, we can. Thank
Okay.
you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Trinkus. I'm a licensed professional engineer from Southbury, Connecticut, representing several of the neighbors in opposition to this application. I would like a clarification from the applicant. I heard by the surveyor that they expanded the drainage systems, which were Cultex systems, to 16 units. And then the engineer mentioned something, well, 4x4, or they were solid. I'd like a clarification exactly what the underground systems are. Are they open bottom or are they a sealed system before I make any other comments?
That's a fair question. And
There are 16 units per house, and it's a line system so that there's a sandwich of PVC with non-woven filter fabric on top and the bottom to protect it from puncturing. It's like a bathtub, the stone, and the Cultec units with stone beneath, 6 inches of stone over the top. Thing wraps around it with filter fabric on top so fines don't get in there. So it's basically the stone, which is 40% voids, is used to help detain the water.
Thank you. I'll continue with some additional comments. The commission was, questioning the discharge of all the water that's now being directed by the curb and sidewalk down to the existing low point, which then goes on to the property. That is a valid concern because what you're doing is taking effectively what was overland flow that flowed right across these, 3 proposed lots. And now you're basically collecting it and discharging it at one location. And that water's got to go somewhere. And we've heard earlier that, there's a berm with the arborvitaes at the southern end of this. If that's preventing the flow of water from continuing that way, it's got to go somewhere else. And if it can't, it's going to wind up pooling above that berm and eventually overtopping it at some point. So that is a legitimate concern because you're now taking what was overland flow, which is the ideal type of runoff to deal with, and making it a concentrated discharge point. Going back to the underground Cultex systems, again, wrapping these in non-woven fabric. Non-woven fabric is a permeable fabric, and yes, it does keep fines out from the gravel, but these systems are underground in a soil with a known high groundwater table. We heard the engineer state that the curtain drain will be intercepting the groundwater. Based on the prior plans and my prior reviews, we don't have test data in the areas of these Cultex to know exactly where the seasonal groundwater table is. But based on the NRCS, what was formerly the Soil Conservation Service soil mapping, these have a perched groundwater table anywhere between 12 to 30 inches down. And my recollection is, I do not have my letter with me as I'm out of town, was that, these systems are a lot taller than that. Furthermore, when you design only for the 100-year event, and we've heard we have an 1.5 inch pipe going from the Cultex to the underground drain, years ago, my former hometown of Reading, and this goes back to the late 70s, they were one of the first towns in the Connecticut to adopt 0 increase in the peak rate of runoff. And they set a 50-year standard for those storms. The problem was every storm that's smaller than a 50-year storm goes into a detention system and pretty much right out the other end because it's not designed to detain the smaller storm events. And so what's going to happen here is 2 things. These Cultex are likely going to be sitting in groundwater, and then you're going to have rainfall from the roof areas going into it with diminished capacity. The curtain drain, and it doesn't matter really, whether you put a 6 or 8 inch pipe in there, the analogy to a sanitary sewer holding being able to convey 3 million gallons a day is simply incorrect. A curtain drain doesn't function like a sanitary sewer. It's a perforated pipe. Groundwater is coming in on a pretty much continual basis unless we have a very dry summer, and then it's draining out. But the flow into the curtain drain is really a function of the permeability of the soil and in the layer above the hard pan, which is what the perched water table is. In the springtime, when you have high groundwater, that drain may very well be pretty full of water and will also contribute to the discharge to that far end of the property where the conservation drainage easement is, adding again, the flows in a concentrated form at that location instead of it being overland. Additionally, any curtain drain, and whether we've designed them for septic systems or a situation like this, once you're more than 25 feet downhill of that curtain drain, the effectiveness of the curtain drain to lower groundwater is pretty much diminished. The groundwater table will start coming right back up 25, maybe 30 feet downhill of the drain. So it's not going to dry out the entire property. It's going to dry out a portion of these front yard areas of the houses, but that's pretty much it. That's just the way the curtain drains work as far as that goes. Again, I have not seen the revised plans except what was presented tonight. I don't know if a stormwater routing analysis has been done for the Caltex systems, which takes into account the 24-hour rainfall coming in, and then the orifice, that 1.5-inch pipe, letting it go out. What is the rate of runoff that's actually going to go out of it? And the only way you can tell that is a routing analysis. But it remains my professional opinion that the underground Caltex systems proposed for the house and driveway runoff here are not going to function as intended. And with all due respect to your town engineer, I strongly disagree with a conclusion that he's satisfied with this. I have done this for 40 years. I have seen these types of systems put in the ground with no test pits, and they fail. And sometimes what happens is they fill up with water, and the water backs up the pipe going to your gutters. And what happens then, I had a client that actually had this happen. The gutter froze, and then they got rain in the winter, and it froze the whole vertical pipe up to the gutter line and leaked into the house. So again, you've got to have these systems be able to drain freely. And the drain to a curtain drain is not the preferred way to do it. There's really too many unknowns about whether it will work or not. And again, it remains my professional opinion that the down gradient owners here are going to see more water and more frequent water going onto their properties from this development. I think that's it. And also the curtain drain does not, I think there was a comment that it acts like a dry well. No, it doesn't. A dry well is the exact opposite. A dry well is put in very well permeable soil like a sand and gravel, where stormwater is directed to the top of the drain. It goes in, and then it easily infiltrates back into the soil. The curtain drain is designed to remove groundwater, not add groundwater. So I just want to clarify that particular point. So thank you for your time.
All right.
Can I?
Thank you. Mr. Zigma, I believe, has a question for you.
I would
Yeah.
ask, Steve, is it?
Yes.
The berms that were put in on the backside of this property with arborvitaes on them that are 9 to 12, 24 inches high, that has affected these properties from what I see with water, because it can't go through those berms. And if the previous subdivision that was approved had swales going down through the back properties to bring the water down to the street drainage and back, your clients has put a burden to this client by putting those berms in. And I see this client trying, I don't know if it's gonna work totally, I'm not an engineer, but trying to alleviate the problem that was put in there by your clients and trying to divert it somewhere else and bring that water source less into your client's yard. I'm not sure it's not gonna stop at all, but it's gonna be less with any kind of systems on this property. I just want to see how you address that.
Well, I wouldn't disagree that, yes, putting the berms in may not have, it was, in my professional opinion, and I'm going to put on my college degree hat, as I've got a degree in forestry. I will tell you that arborvitaes will not grow when it's really wet. So one of the reasons when you're going to plant them as a barrier tree, you elevate with a berm so that they actually will grow. If you were planting them at grade, they don't like having their roots saturated, and those trees, quite honestly, would just simply die in probably a year. So the berm enhanced the ability to put the plants in, But you're absolutely correct. It does change the flow. And not having seen the 1995 plans, what strikes me, and I've seen this on other projects, is there was just a lack of thought at that time of making sure the water from all of these lots, all 9 lots, was conveyed away from down gradient lots. You know, there should have been a system of swales and or drainage systems as part of the 95 subdivision that would have negated the need for the berms to, you know, create barriers to water, but you could have collected it and conveyed it to the low point, which is over by that wetland area, I think on the western side of the site. But we are dealing with what is here today, and you're correct, it is preventing the water from freely draining onto their property. But my point is, you know, 2 things. One, we're now taking the water from the road and the upland area across the street, which used to just sheet flow across this property, and now putting it in concentrated flow at one location. That is going to cause a problem at some point in time. Then we're also putting these underground systems in that are not going to reduce the runoff volume by infiltration and are likely going to add more water to the curtain drain, which is also being discharged at that same location. So you're taking all of this water and really now putting it in one place, and there is going to be a problem down the road. What the solution to that is, you know, it's really, you know, up to the town, because it's a town drainage. It was put in at a low point, and, you know, it's going to get worse over time. I can tell you that, having seen it, you know, in many places.
I do agree with you. The RV bodies that are there in the pictures that I just saw, most of them are dead.
Yeah.
Because you're right, they don't like to grow in water. So most of them are dead on that berm already that I see in the pictures. So I think probably there should be agreement between your clients and this client to address this item. The berms have put a burden on this property of water, and they are trying to address the problem on this property. But like I said, the berms are a problem. Now, if their swales are built on their properties, like the proper swales were there, and that you said that in 95, those swales were supposed to be put in, those swales were made, those waters will be a lot less than it is now. So there is a burden on both property owners on that back property. I would at least make a suggestion that the 2 property owners come down and try to figure out what we're going to do, because the berms caused the problem, and now they don't like the way the water's going now either. So, you know, the property owner is trying to address it. And I could see your point, and I could see the property owner's point. But with the berms being put there and trying to stop the problems that were there for them, has made problems for this owner. So, you know, in being neighbors, you know, straighten it out between the neighbors.
Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to address the commission regarding this application? Okay. Good evening. Oh, he didn't sign in. Oh, we'll get him. That's just for our recording secretary when she does the minutes, so we know. You can try that one and
Good evening. I'm David Lusick, 106 Brownstone Road, lot 16-5. First thing I'd like to address is the berms. So my berms start at the end of the conservation area, 35 feet. That's where my berms start. That's where the advertising starts. I don't know if that's clear from the other point of view. I want to make you guys aware of it.
all right, can you just show me where your property is, which berm you're talking about? Okay, so that line right there, which happens to be at the end of the conservation easement. Yep,
That's where it starts.
okay,
This picture's drawn, they go all the way to the end, you got it. Come out there, look at it, you can see it. Right there, 35 feet, that's where it starts.
okay.
Second thing is 2015, the fire owner.
Okay, I think you're gonna have to use that microphone, that wandering one.
On.
Yeah,
Thank you.
the wandering, this way everyone can hear, including the folks online. If you
Okay.
want.
In 2015, the prior owner, Mr. Kaliza, cleaned out that conservation easement. Okay, and it did not, this whole area was cleaned out by him. It did not improve the water issues there. It stayed the same. Okay, presently, there is no trench at all in this area. It's flat. Okay, you have 5 storm drains on Weathersfield Road emptying into this one area right here. And this is the result that you get. You get flooding in the lot. Conservation area, this is taken from Weathersfield Road in the front. Okay, front yard, proposed house slab. Okay, they're not putting a full basement, they're putting a slab house. So there must be a reason for that. 90% of the houses in Connecticut have a full basement. This one is not. So it's right against the conservation easement.
So it looks like, is that your picture that you're submitting to the
Yes, I am.
commission?
Yes,
Okay,
taken in May of 22. Okay, yep.
well, we don't want to confuse it with the other number one.
So the area is flat. There is no trench in there. There's nothing there. The water just floods. What? I'm 16.5. Yep. And that's 16.4 right there.
Okay, we'll show it to Diane.
It's labeled on there. The next picture I'd like to show you was taken 2 weeks ago. The backyard of the proposed house. You can't even use the yard. You want to build a house here, you can't use the backyard, and you're gonna get flooding like that. Who's gonna buy that house? I'd be pretty upset if I bought a house and I had flooding come down the side of my house and I can't use my backyard. Put 2 on there.
B, A,
Yeah.
A and B, because the others had numbers.
So we're gonna, as Steve said, our professional engineer, we're gonna get a lot more flooding in this. It's not gonna get better, it's gonna get worse. And we're worried about it. And number 2, I like to address what he said. My berms are on the property. They're on my property. That storm drain is on their property, yes. That was put in with the permission of John Kaliza to address these water issues. That's why it's there. Does it work now? I don't know. So I'm very concerned about getting more water, as our professional engineer, Steve, told you guys. I see nothing what they propose to address this. It's always ifs. There's no calculations, there's no nothing. We think it's gonna work. That's not good enough for me. Got to see some numbers, some calculations. I can show you pictures of what's there.
Yeah.
That was my house, I'd be very upset. Any questions?
Oh. I'm sorry. I'm just wondering if along that conservation easement, if it's gonna be gone, if the intention is to go in and clean it out, would it not be of use to the town to perhaps create a swale in there with riprap? I mean, so that if water is rushing in there and water is pounding in there, to sort of just direct or have that water just travel across the length of the easement and then hook up to wherever that Mattabasset, you know, the existing trench that empties into the Mattabasset, would it not make sense to direct the water that way? Or am I being naive?
There is no trench right now.
But that's my point. You are dealing with a flat area, so no matter what we do, it will not help the situation. The other option is to take the pipe to tear up the road and somehow direct all of it into a sewer line that washes over to, or I guess not a sewer line, a water line that just tracks it away.
We should ice it.
But,
It's a permanent solution.
but the,
It's 5 years down the road, we're gonna be.
but
where
the
we are
better,
now.
yeah, so it's either one or the other, and I'm thinking that a swale. I mean, I'm not a fan of swales, but it would at least give a lower point for the water to be encouraged to go to. And it would direct it, it would eliminate the meandering, it would mitigate any kind of spillage over to other property owners, you know, that are in the area. That they won't suffer for it, but it also encouraged the water flow to reach that point of the existing, you know, ditch that it's already naturally created. All right. Oh, Brian is here. Oh, okay.
I was online before.
I know, we saw you. Yes, 8:40, Brian, Rogan has joined us personally from Zoom to in person. Okay. All right, but I mean, that's just,
Well, I think the response to that question would be appropriate to both come from the applicant as well as for what they could provide or their professional opinion on its
yeah,
its validity, and then would need to be posed to the town engineer. I'm not that schooled in drainage to speak against either of the engineers that are speaking tonight.
okay. All right. And I am, just for the record, I'm not an engineer, so I play one sometimes, but all right, anyway.
Just in summary, I'm very concerned with somebody who would buy this house and have that flooding on the side of their house, their backyard, and
Yeah,
say, what are we doing here? That's.
yeah. No, and like, as I stated earlier, we're not here to create we're not here to add on to a problem. We're here to resolve it.
And then we're dumping a lot more water into there, and
Yeah.
it's only gonna get worse. All the water is gonna come out of that one little storm drain.
Point taken. Point
Thank you.
taken. Yep, thank you. Anyone else? Yes. Tim, your name fell off.
Hi, I'm Donna Lisick.
Yes.
106 Brownstone Road. I'm married to an engineer. That's about as close as I get. Well, the statement that I want to make, and both gentlemen have indicated that with the setup, the way they plan, this water is going to go down the front, drain into the easement on their property, and yet that's a direct line to us. So it's going here. This is exactly where they said it was gonna drain out, and it's gonna make its way down, and here's my backyard. So, yeah.
And it's gonna get worse. There's gonna be more water, not less.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Gilmartin, can I ask you a question, please? That drainage, the natural ditch that's now been created to take the water to Mattabassett, where was that on the plot? Where was that on the land? Or am I asking the right person or?
And there's, I'm sorry, just 1 second. We live there. There's no drain there. That's why the water comes onto our property.
Well, no, and yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Okay. And Mr. Gilmartin, can you just show me? You had talked about a natural drain that had formed over the years.
Again, make sure you both use
I could-
mics and talk really clearly.
Yeah, what do you?
Online participants have trouble hearing if you're not speaking directly into the microphones.
There's a 2 or 3 foot ditch runs along Mr. Levchick's property this way, and it goes that way. He has a drainage easement on his lot, and it goes in almost past halfway. So if we put something on the drainage easement, it's gonna go directly to your property. If we
All
put-
right, hold on. Come through the, come
Sorry.
through
If
the,
we put a swale this way, what happens is that same with this, discharge that Mr. Levchik, I guess, assumed has with this neighbor, it discharges this way. It doesn't discharge that way. He put his drainage that he has here goes that way because it goes to this natural ditch. And this natural ditch, any water going there actually bypasses his property.
So is there,
The natural 50-year ditch, it's about this deep and through here. You can see there's 1, 2, 3 contour lines, there's
Well.
3 feet. So it runs parallel and then it turns away from his property. So the drainage easement is in here, the conservation drainage easement, but the ditch is over there. So the water tends to go that way, no matter how you direct it this way or straight, it's gonna go into this ditch.
There's no ditch from here to here. There is nothing here.
all right, so,
It's flat. And that's the result in that picture I showed you. on the plan.
Excuse me,
yeah,
Gotta
okay.
lean into the mic. I'm sorry. We're just having, people commenting they can't hear what
Yes.
discussion is.
So there is no trench in here. It is all flat. The picture I show you is a result. The water just goes flat down here. You have down here, it's full of crap. It's 3 feet in some areas, maybe 3 feet down. The other areas, it's flush with the ground. It overflows. It hasn't been cleaned in 50 years. Nobody goes in there and cleans this out.
The ditch,
The
the one that goes to the Mattabasset
I don't know where it goes.
or wherever.
Excuse me for 1 second. There is no way that you're getting picked up. You need to go into a microphone. And could you just state your name again for the record? Because it's going to be important for minutes.
It's
Thank
David
you.
Lusick, 106 Brownstone Road, lots.
Okay, you might want to use that, June, just, yeah, use that one. You have to use one or the other. That's.
So there is no trench in this area in here. It's flat.
Yes, I understand that. But the,
Microphone up to your.
Yes, there is no trench in this area. It's flat.
yes,
Over here, you might see a small trench. Sometimes it's recessed, sometimes it's flat.
yeah, but my,
It hasn't been cleaned in 50 years. It overflows.
all right, use the mic.
Yep.
All right, but my question to you is that my understanding from other testimony that that trench that's over there, even though hasn't been cleaned in 50 years or whatever, works. And so it works to drain the property or to focus the water. That's my question.
There is no trench. Zero. It's flat. If you
No,
walk-
no, no, I'm not saying on the conservation easement where the property is. I am talking about once it departs off the property, that,
There is no trench. Nothing. If you guys want to come out there and look. I'll
but
show
I
you.
thought you just said it'd been there for 50 years and it was,
There is somewhat of a trench starting over here.
yes.
Okay? There, over here, next to the lot, 16-4, there is no trench.
I understand that. My point is to get the water from the road,
Mhm.
the water off the property, to concentrate it, to have it travel along the easement, the conservation easement, and to go into that drainage ditch, that natural flow thing that you said was 3 feet and it's all overgrown, blah, blah, blah. But my question is twofold. Is it still active and does it still work regardless of its physical appearance? And can we now get the water off the road and off of the flat land and maybe create a swale that will help lead it to that trench or whatever we want to call in the back?
I suggest a concrete pipe from the road all the way back here, and that would solve your problem permanently. Yeah, I know, I'm just,
Well, I mean, but
as a permanent solution, that's the only permanent solution I see. Otherwise, in 5 years, John Cleese cleaned it out. It's grown back in. They're saying it's filled again. this isn't going away. Person's gonna buy that
Obviously.
house, they're gonna have flooding, it's gonna get worse. I'm just trying to alleviate problems down the road.
Well,
Never
yeah,
experienced,
we're
yeah,
trying not to
yeah.
add to any, but we're
Mhm.
also trying to give everyone, we're trying to do fairness here because the people have a right to develop the lot, but we don't want to harm any other citizens,
Mhm.
so. Yeah, I hope you understand our dilemma. We're
yeah.
just looking for a resolve.
No, I agree.
Yep. If you'd like to talk, ma'am, I just ask you to come up, use the microphone, name and address. Thank you.
Excuse me, Maureen.
Well, yes, Mr. Zigma.
Do we have to act on this tonight?
No, you actually,
You
there
continue.
is a must close date of tonight, but there is extension
my
time
Christ.
available. So if you feel you need additional
is it?
information or
Yes,
additional data,
It's almost not.
you can ask
I'll have to
the
continue the
applicant
meeting.
to afford you additional extension
don't
time,
care.
Okay.
use of some of the extension time.
Okay.
And then once the item is closed, you have 65 days
My-
to decide it.
I don't know if the person speak here, but
Well,
it's my opinion that these people involved here should get together, pull that 1995 map, where the swales were supposed to be, what was supposed to happen, where the water was supposed to go. Okay, and if it's across the next door neighbor's properties, then a mutual agreement's got to be figured out where this water goes. And I think I like to give the people involved time to do that.
Tim, you
Mhm.
suggest that they go to wetlands and bring this to wetlands?
They should bring it back to real wetlands, also bring it
Good.
to,
Wetlands saw the application and gave an approval.
But
yeah,
now
there's
we
been-
have people suggesting putting piping in and things like that. to do it
Excuse me one
permanent.
second. Excuse me, the audience has to be quiet because otherwise the recording does not pick up. I know we're talking a lot about the recording, but that is a critical element in our records. I would have to defer to the wetlands agent as to whether or not they could
Yeah,
retake up
I-
an item that they've already
well,
made a decision
I
on.
see a lot of different things
And-
happening than when wetlands addressed it. When the sidewalks in, curbs in, a different drainage system, all kinds of different
Yeah,
wet
so
stuff.
they would have to
to
go
be
back
done.
to should you provide an approval, they would have to go back to wetlands for the modified plan. That would be the step that is generally taken after, they do the plan. If there are modifications made to it, that permit also needs to be modified and they usually see it afterwards.
I don't
Given
want-
the concerns, I can speak to the wetlands agent and see if there's
so what
an
you,
avenue for prior to that, but that has not been my experience. And I do want to, for the record, say that in one of your packets, I believe it was the July 20th packet, the subdivision that indicates these lots, that older subdivision, I had it out a few
The
minutes
9
ago, but I put it away so I wouldn't get it mixed up with other things. Was distributed. It wasn't the whole site plan set that went with the subdivision, but it was the
Really?
plan that showed the 3 lots as proposed next step. They never went that far. And I don't know why they did not. We understood it was for extension of the sewer system was what, that pipe was never installed, so it expired.
So do we want,
So in order to keep the item open, you would need to request an extension. The applicant would need to provide an extension and and otherwise.
so we need an extension from the applicant. Okay, Paul, in all fairness.
Yes, Lori Budney on Weathersfield Road. I just want to everybody's going by the assumption that water is all coming from this area, but this is a hill here. If you're going, this is coming down a hill, so there's a great amount of water that rushes down from the mountain and down
Okay, hold, all right, because of the microphone, grab that, the little one. No, not. that. Yeah. This way you can at least go to the map a little bit. We can hear you
Yes.
on the record. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to stress that the assumption's being made that there's water coming down across my property over to here, but there's a great amount of water that comes down this hillside here. Because there's a slope down, right? You're traveling up this road and there's a hill here.
Okay,
And so water, there's a great amount of water that comes down from this direction also. And this is all, wooded, flat land, somewhat, there's mountainous and then it's kind of flat. So it's not just that this is all flat and it comes across, but it's moving all in this direction also. That's it.
all right, thank you. Anyone else? Is that for you, sir? Okay, yeah, I didn't know if you were leaving or, okay. That's okay.
Chris Korzinski, 98 Brownstone Road. So I am on. Not marked.
Oh, use the other microphone.
I
Right,
said
June.
my property is not marked.
It's not,
Lift check said it's 16.5 and I don't see mine.
June, can you give him that hand? Micro.
Sure, thanks.
It's just easier if you hold that one, then we can hear you.
Okay. 16.3, 98 Brownstone Road. So I just bought the house 2 years ago. So I haven't really done anything to it. The berms were there before I moved in. The arborvitaes were there before I moved in. There's nothing that I have done any sort of construction or anything to the property at all whatsoever, except maintain a really nice lawn. Aside from that, you made a point that you were saying, oh, we should come to some sort of mutual terms or agreements. Now, previously, when we were in the Wetlands Commission, Mr. Stachowiak and his colleague mentioned that in order to make amends, the soil level would have to be raised by 3 feet. It would have to be gradually going down on a slope where the water would go at a faster pace as it would collect, but it would not collect more pooling, which doesn't make much sense because, I mean, I'm not an engineer, I'm a paramedic, but simple osmosis states that an area of higher concentration or lower concentration, if you're increasing the speed, you're going to get more. So as that happens, it clearly indicates by the pictures that we had that there is a very large pool of water there. And yes, the berm probably is preventing it from spilling over onto my lot. But if it didn't, I would essentially have a swimming pool. And it's already wet to the point that I do have a mild pool in that corner of my lot, regardless of the berm. So the pictures that you saw were only just on that property. On mine, it does spill over tremendously. Moreover, there is a pipe that goes underground that goes through between my lot and Mr. Ruka's lot that goes towards the street. And there's a one that also goes from his lot also to his other side neighbors because there's so much water that is being collected that when we do have massive rainfall and you see what comes out of those pipes is essentially like a waterfall. And I'm not even kidding. And it spills over onto the streets tremendously. So when you're going to raise the level of the soil and you're going to say that it's going to increase the speed of the water to come down, as it's already doing without any sort of amends that they're trying to make with their planning, it's clearly going to make it worse or increase it tremendously. Moreover, when you're saying that, oh, make some sort of agreement to do this, there's only one of two options, right? Leave the berm or get rid of the berm. So my question to you, sir, is if I do get rid of the berm, what do you think would happen to my property?
All I know is I can identify
It's a simple question I'm asking.
I'm not an engineer, so I can't tell you that. And I'm not saying to get rid of the berm. I'm saying maybe you guys could, because the berm is causing water to back up on this property. And it's leaking through to your property, I guess, because you got water on yours.
Right.
And, you know, maybe there's a solution. And that's all I'm trying to say. Okay, if the swells weren't put in 1995, the builder of that subdivision in 1995 did not do the subdivision the way it was designed. And I know you guys got water in the basements. It's a problem in the town of Berlin. Almost 90% of the houses in Berlin got sub pumps in their basements because
Okay, but,
it's clay town. That's why we call it the brick capital of the world.
yeah, but apart from the 1995.
Right, that's not what.
I just,
Thank you.
at this point, I just want to think forward. I don't want to, because we all know what happened
agree.
back then.
I agree with you, but
Thank you.
each party has a idea.
Right, and I'm
what they should do, what
Looking
they.
forward to like a possible solution, because the concern
Man,
that I
that's
have,
why
the
I said it.
concern that I have is this. And again, Mr. Trinkus did I think, phenomenal job really showing and saying how water can back up, go up the gutters and then enter the house and so on.
Believe.
My question is, when these potentially, and if it gets approved and these houses do get built, and these systems that Mr. Stachowiak and his colleague want to put in are not going to be effective, right? Who's to stop the new homeowners to build up on that land, which to then spill over more onto my property? And then what am I gonna do then? Do you want me to build a wall? Build a retaining wall? I mean, this is, we're essentially where we're
Yeah.
going with this.
This is the
And-
All right,
solution.
No, but sir, these are real,
I
these are
understand.
Yeah.
real questions. I'm
understand.
not trying
No.
to,
I,
It's-
make any
it's very,
conflict. I'm
very
just saying like
reasonable
these are,
question.
these are
Very
very
reasonable
serious
question.
things. And, like I said, my berm is not even really that big of a berm. I mean, like I said, it's maybe the 9-inch one or whatever that he measured because it's very small.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I see what happens when my beautiful dog goes in the corner of the lot and then comes back in an absolute muddied mess because it's in a pool back there. And I
Yeah.
can't mow the lawn, I can't do anything, you know what I mean? When
Yeah.
it rains, it's not that even just water collects, it literally, you will sink. When I mean beyond your ankles, if you step in, I'm not exaggerating by that, because that's happened. So when this, if the houses do get built, and I'm not saying I'm opposed to the houses getting built, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the solution has to be done, that if Mr. Trinkus in his expertise is saying that this system is not going to work, then they have to come up with a better solution that will. And if that would be that you have to tie it into a sewer line, like Mr. Leftrick mentioned, or anything else, or the chairman has mentioned,
yeah,
to do something like that to make it work, then that may be something that may be efficient. I'm not an engineer. I don't know. I know I could save your life really well, but I
Alright.
don't know how to do this stuff.
okay, all right, okay, Tim, all right.
Yeah, I
Stop,
no, I
stop.
100% agree with you.
No,
Okay, I have the same situation with my neighbors.
no, okay,
I just want to tell you,
Tim,
okay, that the town, the property owners, towns, some fault, they put up in water in there, okay?
Tim.
Yeah,
I'm, all right, we understand it's a problem.
not
It's
an-
obviously
not
not
an
gonna
engineer.
get resolved tonight.
No, not-
However, I am gonna go back to the applicant and ask them if they would give us a, extension. Yeah, he's finished with his comments. I just, because no, at this point, no, but thank you. No, I think I understand your point. But I'm gonna ask for an extension because we obviously have some issues that have to be addressed, and I think we need our engineer.
Just, could I comment on some of the comments that were made already?
Yes, just a little bit. Okay, thank you.
First one.
Okay,
It's,
Mr.
this
Gilmore.
gentleman said that he put the berm across his lot here. He said he went across.
Yeah,
I'd point out that the conservation easement starts here and ends here in the middle of his yard. So when he put the berm and put the abrevieties, he cut across the conservation easement.
Okay, well, I'm
Alright,
not,
so
okay.
that's that part. I think there was a question about the size. We're using the Cultec, they're 4x8, not 4x4. Andy was wrong on the size of that, for that gentleman on the radio. And then the gentleman just spoke, what's happening out here, the sidewalk ends over in this corner here. And the berm ends over there. And then there's about a 2 to 3 foot drop right off the road. And the water comes down, if I got my bearings right, the water comes down the road here and just scoots right out here. And that's why he's got the puddle in the backyard. When we put the sidewalk in, that's going to cut that avenue of water coming in off the property. When they showed pictures of the water, what we're saying is the water that's on this lot is not coming from God in the heaven directly onto our lot. It's coming off the road. It was a state. It comes down a hill. It comes both directions. It comes down this hill here and it comes this way. And it eventually goes into the storm sewer over here. What we're trying to do with the sidewalks and the curbing, sidewalk and the curbing, what we're going to do is we're going to stop the road water from coming into this lot, which has been saturating the lot and bringing water up to their to their side property line and over here. That will take up that water or prevent that water from building up onto the lot. And then the other thing, it's just kind of a misconception, like, well, we're going to do this and now there's going to be worse. This lot, we're not creating new land. It's the same lot, and what the drainage systems that we're putting in is only to pick up the roof drains. So what we're doing is we're proposing putting houses on here, putting a roof drain system in to meet the standards of zero impact and have the water retain in that and then go out into the to the French drain. And that's what the French drain is going to be doing, because it's really not going to pick up a lot of water with the thing. And then the last thing I would say, over on this lot here, when we talked about grading this lot, and this gentleman hasn't had a chance to see it, but there's a note on there, there's a high point. So what's going to happen is this lot is going to be graded out to the road. All these lots are going to be now sloped out to the road. And the other thing was the existing driveway, which is a channel, that's going to be raised up over 1.5 feet to stop water from going in that way. So we're going to stop the water going, the mountain of water going back into this lot. And yes, you can have an extension.
That's what I'm looking for.
All right, but we have to,
You have to-
we have to put that in writing to you, or do you need it tonight?
Yeah,
And then we'll need it in writing. Yes.
Okay,
You
all right.
Send me an email.
Okay.
yes,
Fine.
because we would like to,
Yeah.
obviously, we have an enormous agenda tonight.
All right,
Just
and then
number
I
one.
just, I'll talk with staff about what direct concerns you have. And we certainly would work with staff about the swale and
Yeah.
cleaning that out. That's the no-brainer.
Yeah,
Okay,
all righty, terrific, thank
Okay.
you.
okay.
So, oh,
Can I make a response on one simple matter?
yes,
There seems to be some discrepancy as to where the easement lies. And I think that will take some looking at the land records and finding out what the accurate information with regard to the easement,
okay,
and that will need actual information on,
okay,
not what.
yeah. In other words,
not
it's-
rep- not-
yeah, it's getting a little
not testimony.
convoluted, yes.
Instead, we need to see what
Mm-hmm,
what the
mhm.
documents say.
Okay, all righty. So,
I will make a motion to continue this matter to the next meeting.
the next meeting? All
Second.
right. Okay, Ms. Jorsey,
On
wait,
September 7th. meeting.
September 7th. All right, motion by Ms. Jorsey to continue to September 7th. The second was by Mr. Zigma, was that right? Okay. Further discussion, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved. All right. So we'll see you for more fun and games on September 7th. All right, moving over. We now have the Sunny Border subdivision application of Pistol Brook Holdings LLC for property at Pierre Benarup and Susan Sawicki at 1709 Kensington Road. This is map 20-4, block number 72, lot 9. Are we having fun yet, people?
Yes.
Okay, you're still with me because I know the hour is getting late. All right, so Must be by 8:19. So, all right. And thank you all for being patient with us. We're having so much fun up here. Thank you, Maureen. That coffee kicked in. I'm really glad. I could use another cup though. My coffee kicked in, but I could use another cup. I can't. Okay. Let me get this to Weathersfield Road. I'm almost with you. Trying to keep all this together. So-
Good evening, my name is Mark Demore from Pistolbrook Holdings. I have Gary Weber, who's also from Pistolbrook Holdings, and Jeff Lamar, who's our surveyor.
Hang on, folks. I got some sidebar. I'm just trying to hear the applicant here.
I need to use this.
Okay, this is. Yeah, the small ones actually, because you can move a little bit more with it.
Can you guys all see this? Can you guys all,
No, but I
Well,
can't see much.
we weren't as good with our highlighters, but
Can I just ask a question? Because without the assistant planner, we have managing a little more of the digital. Did you supply these plans digitally?
I believe we did. I
Okay.
believe I sent you the email.
Have to find them. That's
Okay.
all. I just want to make sure we didn't get the package.
I don't know.
together before the meeting like we usually have.
So you want me to take a second here? Yeah.
Nope, go
Yeah.
ahead. I'll see what I find.
Well, I'm thinking that this is what it is. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're good. We're good. Brian, you good down there? Okay. All right. We're good. Ready to roll? Okay. You're
So
on.
this is 1709 Kensington Road. It's a 9.2 acre property that we're proposing to subdivide into 4 residential building lots. It's a 2 acre zone, R86 zone. It's serviced by private utilities, so septic systems, wells on the property. We've gone before Wetlands Commission sorry if I'm doing that. For the filling of an existing irrigation pond on the property. We received approval to do that. The property, like I said, has 4 building lots that are conforming to the R86 zone. We're proposing to ask for a waiver for the open space percentage of the 10%. And there's an issue that came up today that staff brought to our attention regarding the building square issue for lot 9B. It was our interpretation of the regulations that the building square it has to be on the lot, but doesn't have to be within the building limit, the setbacks of the property. So that's an issue that I think we need to resolve. And as far as drainage goes, for those of you familiar with the site, it was an agricultural site. So it was very heavily developed, if you will. So significant impervious on the site. Everything we're proposing to do here will improve the drainage on the property and reduce the runoff from the existing property to the adjacent properties. Right now, the drainage and Maureen, you forwarded comments at 5 o'clock roughly today. So we haven't had the opportunity to respond to the town engineer, but everything all the issues he brought up, we don't anticipate having an issue to accommodate them on the property. He was essentially asking for level spreaders to be moved further away from the adjacent properties, clarifications on the plans. There's some typos on the plans. And I think that was, like I said, we haven't had a chance to fully address the comments. I'm trying to think if there's anything that maybe Jack wants to comment on, or Gary, you want to comment on here? No? Okay. And like I said, I guess the biggest issue is resolving with respect to that corner lot, the building square So if that's a point of discussion, we can have that. So.
I want to also remind the applicant that in their application, they asked for a waiver of the open space for less than 4 lots of 4 lot or less subdivision as well.
Okay, all right. I noticed that on page 3 of 5, we talk about when you're talking about lot 9B, and then you have the other one, which is, hang on. I'm just concerned about, I guess it's 9C. You have the proposed driveways actually coming out to Orchard Road,
That's correct.
and that's on a pretty nasty turn that folks, they unfortunately drive like they are in a video game these days. No one ever goes slow when the sign says 15 miles an hour. So I'm wondering if we can try to relocate those driveways. And the other question is, and this is for staff, is that it says the police commission has no comment. Does that mean we're pending comments from the police commission, or they just say whatever?
The response we got was no comment. They checked the box, no comment, returned the comments to us.
I can't
Um,
believe that they
I
would.
did, however, in my report, which again was, as noted by the applicant, just distributed, did note that I believe that any condition of any subdivision should include the condition that the site distances on each lot's proposed driveway location be confirmed to the satisfaction of the police department prior to the issuance of the building permit for the lot.
Yeah,
So that is at the point where the applicant should show the sight lines and the distances so that then the traffic officer can look at them and determine that whether or not
Excellent.
meet the standards.
yeah.
And
I
actually,
would suggest if and I'm understanding the hearing was likely to get left open in order for the applicant to respond to some of the concerns, that perhaps he add those sight lines this time so that they can be reviewed prior to the next hearing, forwarded to the police.
Yeah.
and actually I can submit a sightline analysis that we performed.
That's
So
precisely
this
what-
shows that the sight lines in each direction are well over 250 feet from the proposed driveway locations.
All right, there's one driveway that was used for truck deliveries and stuff on Orchard Road. and
Correct.
it's closest. All right, is that one of the driveways?
It's, the new driveway is approximately, it's approximately, I would say 30 feet east of that,
So it's heading toward.
down the hill. But it's flat probably for another 100 feet there.
Okay. I'm just very concerned because that is a tight, it's a tight corner and you got a stop sign right there, which people don't stop at anymore. And I'm thinking that your 9B might be better served if you plant the driveway on Kensington Road. I think it would be out of harm's way because you're going to have folks running the stop sign. And not only are they coming off of Kensington Road, if they take a left onto Orchard Road, your driveway is going to be right there and they're going to it's going to be a point of conflict.
Yeah, just keep in mind, so you're referring to this driveway here?
Yeah,
So this driveway is about 200 feet from the intersection, 250 feet from the intersection. And a sight line, just, a sight line for usually around 35 miles an hour is around 175 feet is what they consider. And I know it's safer.
It's a
The only,
tough
the only
one.
reason we chose this area is because it works out grade wise. We're trying to minimize, I guess, the disturbance to, Kensington Road comes down the hill like this. This is pretty much level in this area. So the sight line you have here is, you have almost 500 feet in this direction. You probably have a good 300 to 400 feet in this direction here. If people don't stop at the stop sign, they're gonna, it's kind of hard to plan for that happening, but I think these are very big lots. People aren't backing out of these driveways. People are driving out of these driveways.
I understand that.
So
and, I
they're
think
gonna
that's
be able-
wonderful,
yeah.
but It is concern, because when
Yeah.
I saw it, that's the first thing I thought of, is holy.
And we could investigate the opportunity of,
Yeah, I think the
of-
police
of-
department would probably.
well,
have
well,
something to say.
we're open to, sit down and like I said, to me personally, I only located it here because it works grade-wise better. So if the police commission or police determine or think it's better to put it on this lot, we can orientate the house however we need to do that. I just, like I said, coming down a hill for the driveway is not as convenient as coming in. You know, you're basically upgrading it from the road here as opposed to coming down here. So
Mhm. Okay, all right. Any? What, I can't hear you.
this lot here is a lot where the interpretation we have of the zoning regulation, and I think I can have a copy of it here. The building square regulation. You want to take that?
Was off. I couldn't hear your question. Sorry.
Sorry,
and-
my phone.
Okay, what's the question?
I'll repeat myself.
Oh, no, Tim had the question.
What lot was your concern for the building block?
9B, 9 Bravo.
Corner lot.
Yeah, I just repeated it because I didn't have my car.
Yeah, he had the mic, he was wearing the mic, but it was shut off.
Can I just ask? a
Yes.
Maintenance question first. Are you submitting that sightline map now to me?
I can't.
Or, okay, I just want to take it if it was given to, thank you. Thank you, then. Good. Well, distribute them.
More paper. That's what I need.
Because we need to route it to.
No, so I understand. Questions?
Yeah, I've got a.
So you-
The question was, this one?
Yeah,
The
It's just
co-
you
the
gotta lean in.
question was, I believe, regarding the building square for lot
9 Bravo.
B. So maybe just read through the regulation and how we came.
All right, so what? Several of you have been on this commission for a long time and know the old building squares and we've gone around and around. All right. To our interpretation of, you have a lot, you have setback lines, you've got side yard, rear yard, front yard setbacks. They are there for one main reason, is to protect the neighbors. So you're not building right up against their house, so you're giving those neighbors space. Now you turn around, what a buildable square is the intent of a buildable square was, or should be, what land can you also build on? Can I put shed on? Can I put a pool in?
Yeah.
The house got to stay within the side yards, within that. But the rest of the lot, how much of it is good? How much it doesn't have wetlands on it? Doesn't have a slope over 35%, and doesn't have ledge maybe. Can it be worked in? And by the time this lot is developed by the developer, will these things be taken care of? Because keep in mind, the grading that you see raw versus the grading after development could be completely different. So with all those things, that's what a buildable square is supposed to be doing.
Mhm.
Now, the old building lines that you guys are more used to from back then, you take an R43, 150-foot frontage, 30-foot side yards, left you 90 feet. The buildable square was 110 feet. 20 feet wider than the setback lines. And 4 out of 5 of your zones were that way. The previous town planner took it upon and said, it's got to stay within the lines. And I said, you can't. I mean, you fit, then make your lots bigger. That's wrong. And in the end, the intention of having them bigger was so that the land could be used as bigger and good land and that the buildable square. The revised plans, the regulations that you people have now have shrunk those size down to, and the thought is that they should be within the setback line. But you think about that, why? It's redundant. You've got your side yard setbacks, that's already restricted. Why do you need a buildable square within that? What are you gaining? What's the benefit? Because you're not really looking at what the buildable squares were for. Now, in your regulation, your zoning regulations on page 40, it talks about, in particular, it says, each potential building lot shall have a size and configuration that can contain somewhere on the lot a square that contains no land with an average slope of 35% in 50 feet. somewhere. It doesn't say it has to be within the setback lines or anything. It just says, put a square somewhere where there's no slope. And then the only other time in this, it talks about setback lines is if you do open space, when you do an open space subdivision, you're looking for smaller lots, then the building squares may not fit on an open space and the commission can waive that size. So what we're saying, and we're looking at, you've got 2 acre zone here, and the lots are bigger than 2 acre, this particular lot. My history is the intention of a buildable square was to show what can be used by the homeowner, and that they're not buying a lot with wetlands or ledge and slope and all these things. And that's why when we're looking at this particular lot, and and I'll be honest with you, Joan, that I've been here 20 years with working with you guys, and I've never put a building square on a lot in any of our subdivisions before. And I asked Helen, why are you doing that? She said, if it's in a regulation, I can use it. And that was, she was fighting a particular developer at the time. So it's the intent of these things. NBA did a subdivision on West Street, and they put the building squares over the front building line because they were showing the use of the land. And that's what we're saying, that the building square should be looked at as for the use of the land. And that we'd ask the commission if they could find it in your heart to look at this lot and look at the size of it in the zone and waive you have the right to waive these things and make it non precedent setting.
And
All right, so
Mark
that's
Moore
what-
for the applicant. I just want to clarify here that this lot is 2.1 acres
Mhm.
and it's entirely usable. There's no slopes exceeding the 35%. There's no wetlands on that entire lot. So it's like Jack said, the intent is to eliminate those lots where the developers were proposing a house and 20 feet behind the house was a wall of ledge, and really didn't give homeowners the opportunity to enjoy the land. So point is, this lot is pretty much usable in its entirety to the prospective buyer here. So like I said, it's a 2.1 acre lot. It's enormous. And the building square we can fit within the limits is roughly 110 feet, which still exceeds the proposed building squares for the R43 zone and lower. But like Jack said, to meet the 135 foot square, we can't do it on this lot. So
All right, so what you're asking the commission to also consider is the waiving of the building square on lot number 9B. All right,
or just understand that the usable area on that lot exceeds that 135 foot square.
yeah, okay, all right. I just want to make sure that we understand ultimately, but
Plus the square footage which in the setback lines exceeds the 135 foot square buildable square. So I've actually seen in the past the buildable square configured.
yes.
You've seen it. So
it's
it's not always square.
22,000 square feet that's available to use within the building, within the setback.
Yeah. All right,
That's that on that.
Hoping that discussion is happening at this time, and I speak to that and the interpretation.
if you wish.
To keep your minds focused on one item at a time. Or
Yep.
would you like to wait until the?
No, go ahead because we're taking notes and I just
Okay,
want to.
so, well, I'll start with the language in the subdivision regulations is mirrored in the zoning regulations. So it's the same language. So I actually have the subdivision regulations open. They quoted from the zoning regulations. Duplicate language. The commission and the staff in their analysis of the parameters of the subdivision has to look at the regulation as it's written. And the way the regulation is written, it was amended in 2016. And it has a specific language relating to when the buildable square can fall outside of the setbacks. So, or in the setbacks, I guess it would be. So can I just read you the asterisk that is next to, I'm reading section 5303, lot dimensions of the subdivision regulations, where the minimum, the zone minimum dimensions are provided. And for R 86 equals conventional 135 feet / open space 70 feet with an asterisk. The asterisk then says, due to the flexibility of the lot sizes in open space subdivisions, the minimum buildable square may be reduced on the rare occasion that the square cannot be met within the setbacks. However, the applicant and the commission should keep in mind that the purpose of the open space subdivision, et cetera. So it's giving the flexibility only in the case of open space subdivision, not the ability to waive or conventional subdivision. And this is a conventional subdivision. Again, the language is written and is the language we have to deal with. The language can be proposed to be changed, or the applicant can pursue variance of the language, of the requirements. That would be an action of the ZBA. But reading of these regulations, and we did only, I'm gonna say about a year ago, or roughly interpret the same way on another lot. It wasn't able to be divided because the buildable square could not be met on the lot that was being created. And that's utilizing this language. I'm not finding the provision for the waiver that the authority for the commission to have that with. Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Can I ask?
Yes, go ahead.
If you can, I don't understand why you can't, they can waive, if you can waive open space, if you can waive sidewalks, you can waive other, why can't they waive a building square?
I would interpret that the provisions for waiving are specifically outlined, and in this, under this asterisk, it gives those provisions for modifying.
Well, that's, well, like I say,
I just. Hey, Maureen, I just,
Okay, here we go.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around, the building square with, I'm not arguing the intent of this, provision, because it makes a lot of sense. We have an entire lot that can be used here. I'm questioning where it says the building square has to be within the setback limits of the property. That's what I'm questioning, because in here it says somewhere on the lot. It doesn't
You're
say,
not looking at the provision that she read.
It's
that's-
saying, because it's saying
he's reading.
the square, the instance in which the square can be outside by association, that's the wrong word, but it's giving that information
She's-
that it's giving the reason it can be
Read.
waived. And that otherwise it has to be in the square, because it says that the square cannot be met within the setbacks. So in open space subdivisions,
correct, that's
Dot,
referring to
dot,
the open space.
that the square cannot be met within the setback. So that's time, the only time it's not needed to be in the setback.
Good, but that's because this open space is smaller. The lots are reduced and the square isn't. That's why you would reduce it in an open space. That's,
And like I said, I'm not arguing what you said regarding the open space this is a conventional subdivision. In here, under language regarding non-open space subdivision, it says somewhere on a lot, a square that contains no land with an average slope greater than 35 feet as measured over a distance of 50 feet. So that's where I see a disconnect, perfectly honest with you, because like I said, this is a lot that meets everything of this condition of the regulations, with the exception of the staff's interpretation that building square has to be within the setback, which I don't see in this at all for a conventional subdivision.
So, the last time this issue was raised and Ms. Juicy did reference it, was about a year ago. And she did seek, to consult with Corporation Counsel. And I did give the opinion that yes, the building square must be within the setbacks based upon the language that you're seeing here. Your ability to waive, your authority to waive any provision, any requirement comes from your zoning regulations themselves, okay? This very clearly has exception language in it. Again, due to the flexibility of the lot sizes in an open space subdivision, and there's an S at the end, there's some typos here, obvious ones. Minimum buildable square may be reduced in the rare occasion that the square cannot be met within the setbacks. So what does that mean? The minimum buildable square may be reduced in the rare occasion that the square cannot be met within the setbacks. That's saying that the buildable square must be within the setbacks. It's not ambiguous. It's very clear, and it's providing an exception in the instance of an open space subdivision. And it goes on, and it says at the end, and she didn't read this part, but it says, however, the applicant and the commission should keep in mind. So it says, again, so you have this ability to waive, right? But it says, however, the applicant and the commission should keep in mind that the purpose of the open space subdivision is to protect sensitive land areas. And therefore, the applicant should try harder to pursue the building square. So the language is what it is. As she indicated, they've made a claim, and there are some things that Mr. Gilmartin said that I don't know anything about. He referenced prior things that happened and so on and so forth with regard to other matters. If they want to submit a text amendment and propose something, then that's their right to do that. But again, I've reviewed this language. I think it's not ambiguous in any way in terms of what it's saying the requirement is.
Can I ask another question? What is the use of a building square? What is it for? I mean, you got it in your regulations, you made it very strict, but what is it for?
You're
What is-
missing the point.
No, I'm not.
They have to follow
I know what you're
language
saying.
of
You-
their zoning regulations.
Somebody did something, we gotta go by the rule.
Okay. All right, this is not going to be resolved here tonight. It's just simply not, because other than the building square, all righty, there's the other issues that we want to, I know that I want to see about the placement of the driveways. I want that under consideration. I'd like to have the police. So I mean, there's other things we can bat around at this point, but
So, may I say one?
yes, go ahead,
Um,
Mr. Rogan.
Seeing as we just opened this, I think it might be prudent for you to try and get before ZBA if this is really a big issue for you guys and try and get that waiver.
Well, we work with, staff about what, I mean, yeah, if the interpretation, and we don't want to dwell on this, the night hasn't even really begun here yet. So if it's in concrete, then, and that's your opinion, then obviously we may have to go another route or withdraw completely or whatever,
Mhm.
And Joan, good news, you give us the building square, we'll put the driveway where you want it. Okay.
Well,
All right, I'm just, but
I know. Well, thank you very much
Well-
for that thought. However.
Can I,
So, yeah, well,
this situation has come up before, and I agree with the applicant about that. And we had a lot that had a rock slope in the back, and the big thing was, can you get 35 foot of backyard behind the house?
yeah.
And it was passed, and that's what the thing was. You got a buildable area. My concern on this piece of property, the first thing on my concern is that it's been used agriculturally for 100 years. Okay. Probably, I don't know, it's Uh,
So I.
was
can
the
add-
Apple Farm once upon a time? A lot
Sorry to
of-
interrupt.
Okay,
We should have added that we've done a phase one on the property, phase one environmental, which was a site assessment on the property. And basically that was, we've hired Bill Jackson, who's a local environmental,
mhm,
investigator, whatever the right terminology is.
Wetland side.
tester
Or
guy,
soil
That's
sensor.
right.
soil.
So he's identified two so-called issues that require some testing on the property, which is in progress. The next step is to do some site test, specific testing for pesticides that were used on the property. And the other thing was for, there was a fueling tank on the property.
Yes,
So that testing is in progress.
okay,
So
that's
we
good to know.
anticipate to have results by the end of the month. And we will have that for submission.
Excellent. Okay, all right, so,
Okay, so, since we're going to continue the
And
way out.
the owner of the property, can he make a comment?
Yes, and we are in public hearing, so is there anyone here who wanted to?
Yeah, I'm Pierre Benrup, the current owner of the property. I want to make a comment. The back gate on Orchard Road, I built that more than 40 years ago. We have had literally thousands of trucks going in and out of there over the years. We have never had an accident, okay? The other point I'll make is we made the gate there because it had clear vision in both directions. It is a better place to put a driveway than on Kensington Road.
Mhm.
Okay, that's my.
Okay, all right, well, thank you, Mr. Benaro. Is there anyone from the public, because this is a public hearing, I know that we're going to, is there anyone from the public who wishes to address the commission regarding this application? Okay. Hearing none. Yeah, oh, what's up?
I have a question. Was there signage put up that there was a public hearing tonight? I live on that road and I don't see a sign.
We did have one sign on Orchard,
I live on Orchard.
on the corner of Orchard by the existing real estate lot. There was a sign. There was a sign before they,
I drove down there today and I
oh,
don't
I
see
didn't
it.
check today, but it was put up, for like, I would say, actually, it's been more than 3 weeks.
So we typically would get a certification that the sign has been installed. I have not checked the file for that. That's my.
I
my
don't think the
mistake.
sign has been.
I
put up.
will
haven't-
say that
you
the
haven't
sign
used it
needs
so
to be on both roads, so I will.
Should be on-
No, it should be on
Can
each
you?
road.
So yeah.
It
was
should
on-
be on each road. Signs are smaller than they were years ago, and so that provision was changed a number of years ago to provide for smaller signs. I'm not sure that's the. best
I have not
solution.
seen it in the last 4 days.
It wasn't,
not Longer.
we haven't checked. To be perfectly honest, this meeting was supposed to be held, was it?
2 weeks, a month ago.
So it was up there at one point. Did I check? I haven't checked. So
The old
all I
sign
can
is-
say is we'll put 2 signs up.
Make sure. Take a
So the
picture.
Okay.
neighbors all know. There might be a reason why no one is here.
Yep.
Okay, so I will make a motion to continue the public hearing to the meeting of September 7th.
Okay, motion to continue by Ms. Jorsey, second by Mr. Hamel, thank you. Further discussion, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
You say,
okay,
September 7th.
Thank you.
thank you, and we'll see you. All right, everyone, okay, item C. Application of 1906 Berlin LLC prepared by Christopher J. Smith Esquire, Alter and Pearson LLC, submitted pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 8-30G, Affordable House Land Use Appeals. Item 1 is the proposed zone text amendment to create new 11-EE planned residential infill development, inclusionary multifamily residential use with a housing opportunity or a workforce housing component. And so this is for a zone text amendment. Hi, good evening, Attorney Smith. How are you today?
Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission, professional staff, corp counsel, Capola. For the record, my name is Chris Smith, and I'm a land use attorney with Alter and Pearson. You do have very interesting meetings, busy ones.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna have to ask you to speak into that, either the portable microphone or
I'll
the,
lean into here and
okay, all right.
better.
I know,
There's a lot of microphones here, but
yes.
but I know we have the two hearings. We did have a meeting. Our consultants met with your two consultants that you've retained for purposes of reviewing this application.
Mhm.
That just occurred earlier this week. And we are in the process of preparing the responses to the your engineer's comments, Mr. Hanfield of YRC, and the comments from Mr. Chalder of Planometrics. We have, there's been, at the meeting, I think there was some, the purpose of the meeting was to obtain some guidance from both consultants as to what they would like to see relative to their initial responses. So in the process of generating that information, we plan and intend to get that filed hopefully by the end of next week. So everybody will have at least a week before the anticipated continued hearing of September 7th, 2023. I'm saying that with this application for this portion of the public hearing, there were comments from Mr. Chalder, but we also, and we'll be responding to those, but I'm going to report similarly for the site plan application. And relative to that, Mr. Dan Bill from Zuback Engineering, or Zuback Inc., our professional engineer, was going to give a little summary, but we can do that at the next with the site plan for 1906. And it's just going to be very preliminary because, again, the goal is to prepare a formal written response to the comments from both of your consultants and from what we've heard at this point from the commission. So with the permission of the chair, we were, going to, relative to this zone text amendment, that I was just going to report this to you, and then hopefully we'll take any questions that you or anybody from the public may have, and then try to incorporate that into the responses that we're preparing, because we'd like to have one set of comprehensive responses for not only the commission, but for your consultants,
Okay, thank you.
if that makes sense.
Okay, Ms. Jorsey.
It appears that we should be closing tonight, the public hearing this evening. This will be the last meeting that we have prior to September 7th. And yet we don't have any revised documents. You're still talking about making revisions. So that would mean that we would be receiving new materials after the close of the public hearing.
We go for an extension.
So that's right, and there is additional time under 8.7D and my client consents to that to get us through to the next meeting that you have, next regularly scheduled meeting, which is September 7th. And I remind the commission respectfully that we did have a little bit of a bump at the start of this whole process, and the commission did not receive, would not receive the applications. So we're kind of playing a little catch up, and then I know there was a notice issue with then another one, and so I think we're trying to make every effort to be as responsive as we can. That's why we thought meeting with the consultants for your next meeting, so we could prepare a response to kind of run things by them initially, so that we could try to define our responses more particularly and give you a more comprehensive report.
Okay.
Rebuttal. So my
Well-
client, for the record,
Motion
Pat
to
Snow is here this evening on behalf of 1906 LLC, and would respectfully consent to an extension to get us through that time. And again, we could have our comprehensive response in hopefully a week before that for your ability to be able to review it.
Okay.
So the vice chair, Jennifer Capola for the record, so the vice chair seems to be indicating perhaps a desire was offered by Attorney Smith to have Mr. Ville come forward and give a summary of what was discussed. Ms. Giusti was in that meeting. Mr. Chalder is here. Mr. Hanfield is not, but Mr. Chalder, your planning consultant, is here as well. He did participate in that meeting on Tuesday. So perhaps you would like to entertain Mr. Ville coming forward, giving you a summary, with the understanding, of course, as Attorney Smith indicated, it's not complete in terms of, obviously, you're gonna be receiving some revised drawings and additional information. Is that
Okay.
what you?
Yeah. Yeah, Dan is, since we have a split, split hearing
Well,
here. I
I
know there were some
understand that, but I didn't want
questions.
them-
I mean, I can give a summary on some of the issues that were raised, and I know Mr. Chalder is here this evening. And Mr. Chalder has brought up some questions with the site plan itself. And so Dan was gonna get up, Mr. Bill was gonna get up and provide a little summary and a couple of comments initially, but we were asked, I mean, I can give you a summary here that we can kind of roll in, and if you can just incorporate it into the public hearing for the next one, all right, for the site plan.
Yeah.
I think personally, I would, in the interest of time tonight, perhaps have the commission have an opportunity to discuss concerns that we have with respect to the reports that our consultants are providing us in comparison to the application, so that we can have some of our questions answered, because that may change some of the direction of your amendments.
Madam Vice Chair,
That
that's
makes
why I
sense.
indicated we're more than happy to take any comments that the commission may have this evening.
Okay, and then for a point of clarification, so that we all understand, when we're considering the text amendment, the discussion about the housing plan, the housing plan itself should be considered as part of that text amendment consideration. Am I correct?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair.
No, isn't it?
It's
Isn't
all,
it
it's
separate?
all, in-
Isn't it separate?
it's all an 830G application. And that's why I suggested at the beginning that we should have a combined hearing, but you decided not to, which is fine. That's your discretion. I've never had anybody do that before. But the zone text amendment is under 8-30G, subsection A, subsection 2 is an application filed in connection with an affordable housing development, and one of the requirements under 8-30GB, one is that an affordability plan be submitted with an application submitted under 830G for an affordable housing development. So the affordability plan does apply to both applications, to the zone text amendment as well as the site plan application. So that's why I said it's a two-part application. Everything's together. I know your town attorney may feel differently, or corporation counsel, Capola may feel differently as to what standard applies to the zone text amendment. I believe under a number of cases that we have, Interfaith Council Coalition from West Hartford, as well as Kaufman decision, I believe that it's the 830G standard. More importantly, the statute says we're supposed to file any application in connection with, which would be the zone text amendment. And then on top of that, when you have a affordable housing application, which would include the zone text amendment, we're supposed to file an affordability plan. So the affordability plan that was submitted and all the support documentation applies to both applications. So if you do have any comments on that, I know Mr. Chalder did, more than happy to take those down and to include that in what will be Mr. Miller's response to those comments with the affordability plan. So more than happy to hear them this evening. But I just wanted to be on the record to explain why it would apply.
Want to hear from me as well. So you may recall from the last affordable housing application that you had, well, there were two applications. There was a text amendment application, and then there was a zone change application, but there was no development application. Rather, there was a conceptual plan that was put up, right? And you were told throughout, this is only a conceptual plan. And what happened in the record, in terms of the development of the record, was many members of the public, they commented on the development plan, on the concept plan, and not so much on the text amendment when you were in your text amendment public hearing. So I will say this, I don't disagree with him about what the statute says in terms of what the submissions must be, right? In terms of having the affordability plan, you got one then too, even though you didn't have an actual development plan. So, but I will just, as a note of caution, you know, when you're commenting in the text amendment public hearing, you've got to be sure that you're commenting about the text amendment provisions, that you're giving the applicant feedback on those provisions in the text amendment, the requirements of the text amendment. So, because this is going to become, you know, incorporated into your zoning regulations, I do disagree with him about what the standard is. I still maintain that it is not a straight 830G standard of review on the text amendment. I had a different experience with Judge Berger than he did, and mine is much longer ago with the Lexington Properties case, in which he found that it was a hybrid standard, and that's what he applied. So, but I don't want you to worry about that. I want you to get to the business at hand and offer your comments to Attorney Smith and to the applicant, and also share with Ms. Giusti and your consultant what your comments are on the text amendment. So I'll let you get to that.
Anything?
Yeah, my question is on the text amendment. We do have affordable housing regulations in our zoning for 25 years, I guess it is, or more, because some of them are expiring now.
I don't even want to
So
talk
it's
about
probably
that.
40 years. And I've just pulled got these Federation of Planning and Zoning Agency quarterly newsletter. And it's funny that Judge Burns quoted in here that towns that basically that are headed the curve, basically, that are getting close to their 10% or whatever, that if there was an appeal or whatever, they lean towards, he's saying to lean towards the town, because the town has promoted affordable housing and has shown the thing to promote it. And if I read this highlighted area, I don't want to read it right now, but you know, and the other thing that bothers me is that I think the attorney said that if we denied the text amendment, he was going to do the site plan or whatever for the anyway, right? And this is infill a text amendment. It's not you know, it's overlaying or infill. I don't know how you want to speak that, but and it's an infield situation. Our our regulations do have a lot of affordable housing stipulations in there.
Yeah.
And we have been far advanced to most towns in the state. And we've been written up for that, saying that we are advanced and so far ahead of other towns. And the information here was about a town that only had 2.5%. And the number that attorneys quoting here is 8.8, whatever, and we were quoting 9.3 in our thing, but it's close to the 10% no matter what. So it's looking for the safety factors, health and safety. That's number one that is looking for. That was something that we had with the other application and we basically won on that health and thing. Okay, and then the would consider such positive actions by municipality adopting affordable housing regulations, amending its plan of conservation and development to encourage such housing, and approving affordable housing projects. And we have done that. We have done that very much here. And if this, to me, if this went to court, okay, what's in the tunnel coming, approved already, okay, that's the approved ones are shown them, that we are pushing affordable housing, and we are doing that. We have one subdivision's 80 something units, all affordable housing. We have another unit that's more affordable housing. We got one downtown that's more affordable housing. Okay, I see us at the 10% or more. Okay, just with what's approved. Okay, and the court should take this into consideration. And this was done by Burns, Steve E. Byrne, written by Steve E. Byrne, and I think he's one of the most knowledgeable men on this subject. So, you know, that's where I stand on this text amendment, because we've had enough, and we are approving more. And if there's more applications coming to us, we would approve more, but under our regulations that we have now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think just, my concern with the text amendment is that we do have workforce housing, we do have the new infill that we just adopted a few months back. We have affordable housing. We have, as a commission, supported text amendments that have addressed different issues. So to come back and add yet another layer, which just sort of overlays and commingles everything. I think it's just a lot clearer. We ride with our current, the current text amendments or texts that we have, or that we've already approved. And, you know, and then as I look at this text amendment specifically, alrighty, so that's where I'm coming from, is I'm not seeing the big need to have yet another layer of bureaucracy or paperwork, because we have addressed the issues at so many different levels. And then to actually go to the text itself, I'm concerned about the bulk area dimensions and the coverage requirements. Your setbacks, your side backs, your rear setbacks are at 5 feet. You have a maximum building building height at 45 feet. And these are, when we talk about this being a planned residential infill, these are not big building lots. This is not a lot of acreage that we're talking about. So when we're talking about something that's maybe 2 acres, and now we're talking about the front setbacks, the side setbacks, and the requirements there, it just seems that the text drives it to this high density of housing that doesn't really yield itself to anything else in the way of a quality of life. I mean, I guess if I were building chicken coops or something like that, I mean, you know, and I'm not saying that to be funny, but I'm looking at the text and I'm trying to visualize what this text would bring to light. And for me, it just pushes my first concern is, why are we doing this when we have so many other text amendments that are out there, regulations that are out there addressing the issue? But that's my concern with the text amendment. Anyone else?
It's just one more thing
I
about
mean,
that
yeah.
text amendment. I'm sorry. And us being told that if we don't do the text amendment, that they're gonna do it anyway, and basically try to force it down our throat. That's my feeling. I'm sorry I feel that way. That's my feeling. That gets me a little upset then with that comment. You know, we've been so pro of affordable housing, and we're to get that type of comment, I have a little problem with that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Diane. Ms. Dorsey, excuse me.
Thank you. I spent considerable time making a comparison to the proposed text and our consultant's report. I felt that our consultant brought highly valuable points for our consideration. And in our last meeting, I left that meeting feeling that your representation was that you were really unwilling to make many changes or adjustments. So the fact that you're coming to us today and saying that there are adjustments in the works, I am curious about them now because some of the points that our consultant provided are very serious with respect to the latitude that the commission would have or not have in the future. I know that you were adamant in not wanting to extend the period of affordability greater than 40 years. And that's something for us to consider, but frankly, I think some of the other items in the text are of more serious concern to me at this point.
Do you have any in particular, Madam?
Well, the equitability of the development, as far as the timing of when the affordable units would be built in comparison to the market rate.
I didn't have any issue with that, Mr. Toller's comments on that. I think it indicated that there would have to be one for every three. And I think he asked that the one first would be the affordable unit, but Mr. Miller is going to be including that, response for that.
Excuse me 1 second. Can you clip
sorry.
on the mic?
Or either talking to the mic or.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm good.
Please, when-
All right.
when
That's
you
all right.
move out.
I don't have any diagrams to show you, so.
Yeah, so I think for me personally, rather than for me to state specifically what concerns me, I think I would like you to address the points that our consultant made with respect to the text amendment and give us an idea as to whether or not it's an area that you're going to be willing to amend or not, or maybe something in the middle.
Okay, will do. I'll make sure Mr. Miller has that included. I would like to respond to Mr. Zigmont, but Commissioner Zigmont, but first of all, is that Steve Byrne, the attorney, Steve Byrne? That's what I assumed. I thought you said Judge Byrne, and then I was thinking of our Judge Burns is long gone, but then I didn't realize it was Steve, but I know who he is. Yep, okay. And so the the expression, I just wanted to make sure on record that I did not say that anybody was going to force anything down the commission's throat. I did indicate with the zone text amendment, and I've done it many, many times before, what our position is, and that was something that Mr. Miller had already provided in his response, but we are generating again a more formal response after meeting with everybody. We've heard some comments this evening, and we'll make sure that those are incorporated as well.
Yeah, I think it's basically, like I said, with the zone, what our consultant has brought forward is excellent, and that needs to be achieved, but just looking at the overall feeling of the of the text amendment, it just doesn't really lean toward, I'm just concerned about the safety issues that could arise from a development like this, the health of the welfare, just of the occupants.
So, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
No, that's
So,
all right.
One. So
Yeah, I know, whichever works.
Sorry. One thing I just want to make clear to the commission is this is not it's not meant to be a town-wide zone text amendment, which is what I was trying to explain the last go around. Under 830G B1E, an applicant is required with the affordability plan to have draft zoning regulations submitted as part of the proposal. And it says to govern the affordable units. These regulations are drafted to govern these affordable units for this proposal for 1906. As we know, it's similar to the other application that's before you. And I believe that if the commission felt that this could be applied elsewhere in town, that you could certainly, if you were to approve the text amendment, because you're looking at a site plan that the text amendment was drafted for. If the site plan is going to work, you can say, fine, we'll approve the text amendment. We're going to make it so with the minimum requirements, it only applies to these two properties. In this case, it only applies to 1906. And that's the site plan we have in front of you. And the courts have said, and there's the Stefanani case with out of Darien, you know, when you have a zone text amendment, you have to have a plan with it, not just a conceptual plan, which they had submitted one sheet. You know, we have a full plan. So I'm just saying that that's why it's designed that way. It's not meant to apply throughout your entire town. And the law is very clear that a town could have one, you know, I don't know if the cases go as far as how many you have, affordable housing application sections, and but an applicant doesn't have to utilize that. They can utilize, they just come with a site-specific proposal and then draft the regulations to fit it. So I'm just saying that when you're thinking about this applying throughout and hypothetically, well, this could happen and that can happen, it's designed for 1906, the proposal. You're gonna have to rule on that anyways. So I'm just saying that when you're looking at these issues that you're concerned with, they're applicable in the site plan application and can be addressed during the site plan application process. I'm just trying to explain it a little bit. Just because I sense that that you would think that the zone text amendment is being drafted to apply everywhere throughout your entire town, and it's simply not designed that way.
Well,
And you could always condition it that way, and as I said in the letter, with Mr. Miller's last response, we incorporated a response where some towns don't want you to file a text amendment, and they just want you to file the site plan application. I can name you two, Oxford and Fairfield. They don't want to see it. They just come in with the site plan. In Fairfield, they call it a certificate of zoning approval. It's a site plan, same thing under 830G. So if that's how the commission felt, then that's what we would do. If you said, look, you just need the site plan application, we're not saying we're going to approve it, but that's all you need, then we can go from there. And we don't have to have the text amendment, and you don't have to spend time on it. We're supposed to submit a draft set of zoning regulations to the commission to govern. And if you choose not to have them, then I think that you probably, you know, I think there's an argument that you don't need to. And that's, as I indicated, that's something to consider. So I was just trying, because I sensed, and you are, and I understand, you're concerned with the text amendment. And again, it's drafted, I don't have the plan here, but if the site plan was up on the board, it's drafted for that site plan for 1906.
Yeah.
And anyways.
Okay.
So are you just telling me that we're throwing away the text amendment or stuff that related to not a 1676, 76?
1676.
We're throwing that away because it's in our package here that both pieces of properties are the text amendment on.
Right, and I told you, and from day one, when we first came here, that both the text amendment, to avoid confusion for the commission, we drafted one text amendment that would apply to both properties. And that's what they're meant to apply to, not to any other properties in the town. And if you saw fit to approve the text amendment and the site plans for both of those proposals, you could certainly do that. I think you can just condition the text, you would modify and approve the text amendment, which you have a right to do with any text amendment, and say it only applies to these two properties.
So of the nature of a special design district is what he's talking about. As you know that you well understand what that is.
Every town calls it a little different, but
That's just generally what it is
Like a plan
it may be a planned development district, some, an overlay.
and And there's a case out in New Haven, I'm sure Corporations Council is very familiar with it, called Campion, and our state Supreme Court said that you can have site-specific regulations for a particular site development. It's called a Planned Development District, I think, in New Haven. You know, the planners did an amicus brief and
That's not what we got in front of us.
sort of the town's, the city's ability to be able to do that, and the court said it's a flexible zoning tool. Going a little too deep and off to the side on this, but it's certainly something that you have the ability to do under 830G if you wanted to. And if this were just a non-830G, you would also have the ability, I would respectfully submit, under the Campion decision if you wanted to do that. But just trying to address the text amendment, because I know there's this, I mean, we have the two site plans. And we haven't done a deep dive into those yet. We did our presentation at the last meeting. We've heard the comments from your town engineer, from the engineering consultant, Mr. Hanfield and Mr. Chalder, and we are preparing responses to that. That's what the purpose of the meeting was the other day, and we appreciate everyone taking the time to do that with us, to give us a little guidance so that we can get a comprehensive response to not only them, but more importantly, the commission. You're the decision makers. But again, the text amendment is drafted for 1906 and for 1676, that I'll be saying at the next hearing when you have the bifurcated situation there. But anyways, I'm just trying to be responsive to the commission and explain that to you. And, you know, that's the purpose of it. And again, there's a statutory, I think, obligation. It's pretty clear to submit it.
Now we'll hear from our, getting late. I can't talk anymore. Hear from our consultant.
No, I got you pinned exactly where, no.
No,
Just
go
kidding.
ahead.
Now, I just want to clarify for the commission. I understand the commission's expressed concerns about the fact that this regulation in place could apply to multiple sites. The dialogue went circular because no, it only applies to one site, but now it does apply to both sites. But Mr. Attorney Smith brought up the issue of the Campion case, and I guess my question through the commission back to Chris is whether he's suggesting that the commission could split up the regulation into a SDD or a BDD. Could we?
Chris Smith, for the record, I think you could do, as I've indicated, if you wanted to modify the regulation any way you see fit, you can, as long as the site plan for the two properties, because that's the proposal, right, for each. That's why I'm here, is there's a proposal for 1906 is one, and that's what we're doing this hearing on. You could call the you could modify the text amendment, and I don't want to use the expression, call it whatever you want, but name it something that fits into your regulations as you see fit. We would have no objection whatsoever. If that, I think I'm being responsive, Mr. Chalder? Okay. All right. I think I'm answering your question with no objection whatsoever.
Okay.
Gonna watch out for these planning consultants. No, we're trying, I'm just trying to work through and be responsive to Mr. Chalder and the commission's concerns. Because ultimately, what's before you is the site plan for 1906 in this particular case.
Okay. Okay.
One more question. I think it's not really a question, it's a statement, I think, to the commission. I think that's something the commission should consider. I think the regulation that could get put into place, I expressed some concern and comments as part of my staff report that the parking standard is 1.5 spaces per unit. And I said, well, it doesn't really work, right? Because somebody comes in with 1676, which is all 2-bedroom units. The regulation only requires that they provide 1.5 spaces per unit, but that's normally you need 2. So the regulation should be modified to say, okay, look, at 1906, 1 space per 1-bedroom unit, 2 spaces per 2, or 1.5, because that's what that development is. But that standard doesn't work at 1676. So I think Chris's, Attorney Smith's response here, I think gives us the ability to tune the regulation to each site, tie it to that site, and that may address some of the commission's concerns. So just something to think about. And I think I'll talk with Corporation Counsel about that and for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Troller. And to that end, we can, in preparing our response for the commission, well, for everybody, but for the commission, we can take a look at some of those items and perhaps have some suggestions in addition to what Mr. Troller may have and the commission may come up with.
Okay. All right. All right, anyone else on the commission have a question? I know the hour is getting late. Okay, I'm going to turn to the public at this point because the commission is sort of taking this in. And we're just talking about the text amendment itself, not the site plan, but does anyone have any comment on that? Okay.
And Madam, just for the record, we'll be coming back on September 7th.
7th, yeah.
Thank you.
I just, because they've been so patient here,
Please, no, that was.
along with you guys, I mean, I just want to make sure I'm giving everyone a chance.
So that was the hope tonight, was that we would, for Bolton 1676 in particular, as we indicated at the last meeting, the way we left it was we did our presentation. You asked the neighbors, they said they wanted to wait till tonight, so we're hoping to hear from them tonight.
Yeah.
So then we can provide responses to their comments too.
Excellent, thank you. Come on. All right, welcome, welcome. I know, if sitting so long, it's like, your bones are creaking.
I'm fine with this one.
All right.
One still work?
That one works. as long as you-
Okay, I've been told I'm pretty good at getting my voice into this one. In reference to the text amendment,
Name and address.
oh, I'm sorry, Sherry Rice, 38 Holly Court. As you know, I've sat through this hearing. Would be the third night I've sat here. And it just, to me, not what I had prepared to say, but it just seems so very jumbled. And I have to agree with Commissioner Zigmont. And part of my statement for tonight was that there were statements made that if you guys don't approve what we want, we're going to sue you, essentially. And maybe that's just my layman's term sitting here in the public and listening to that, but it's an overall feeling that I think most of my neighbors and the people in the audience have had. So I know that I want to just make that clear that we felt that way as well. But as far as the text amendment is concerned, again, I know this commission spent a lot of time on text amendment changes that they made to the last plan. We were in here for part of that process. And I just feel like you made those for a reason, and to come in and essentially say, this is what we want to happen on this site, and we're going to put a text amendment in here so that we can get what we want, shouldn't be the end goal and is not taking into consideration what the commission thinks is the best for this town. In my opinion, again, sitting here listening to this as a taxpayer, as a citizen, and an invested part, I think the text amendment should be scrapped at this point, and I respectfully request that the commission considers that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Jennifer, is there anything that you want to say, or? Oh, wait, we got another taker.
Petra Riley, 100 Peter Parley Row. Been fine. Thanks for asking. First of all, I really want to say we've been here over a period of about 3 months now, and each time this application is heard at the lateness of an hour, and we've all made preparation and sat here extremely patiently. It hasn't been easy. I know that you commissioners, and I really respect what you do. You're all volunteers and you're here at 7 o'clock and until when we dismiss. And I just think that this is a disgrace that this amendment is still continuing on. I would really humbly, as I've asked before, please deny it. This is nothing that is good for our fair town. We love Berlin. And I think this text amendment is not going to do any justice for us whatsoever. The other thing I'd like to request is when we meet on September 7th, could our case be heard first? Because we're getting tired. And my dog has to go to the bathroom. So, I mean, with all due respect,
Mine will be yelling at me when I get home.
there's probably a lot of dogs that are going to be barking because they have to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to sign this and hopefully a few other folks would get up and speak. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? She forgot to sign. Anyone else who wants to address the commission? Oh, okay. Mrs. Alston. All right, that's okay. Well, you can say, oh, you just want to stand? You're not gonna come up and, oh, well, you're gonna, yeah, you're gonna, well, you'll walk through the lobby, come up that way, you're fine. Well, no, it's a tough place to sit, you know, and they're not the best seats.
Maybe we should put some cushions on there.
I know, maybe get some old church cushions on there. Maybe from St. Prince of Peace Church. No, really? I know.
Linda Allstrand, 48 Holly Court. We are all in agreement. We are just so sick of this text amendment and, you know, and the parameters that they have, they're all ludicrous. The 22 units per acre, the 5-foot rear setback, the 10 feet on the side, the 10-foot on the front. It's just not for us. And whatever you can do to change this, get rid of it or whatever, we would certainly appreciate it.
Okay.
And we do appreciate, you know, what you folks do. And I can't imagine sitting there every 2 weeks until 11 o'clock like you folks have been doing.
Well, you've been here with us.
Well, but not all the time. Or this is probably not this way all the time though, right? The length of time.
It's been more like this than not.
We really
It's hard.
appreciate your service.
I'm just happy I've got this good crew with me and they haven't abandoned me yet. Oh, I know. Oh, no. Hang in there, hang in there. Anyone else? All right. So.
Yes, my name's Liam Mitchell, 1005 Kensington Road. I'm a contractor in this town for some 35 years. And if anybody has known anything about the Berlin Turnpike, being somebody that's been transplanted here, not been a lifetime, that the Turnpike was known for certain things. And we're just going back to the 30s and 40s of when we had a bad reputation for projects like this that bring on more crime, more problems, and they're not conducive to a wholesome type area. And not to mention, we're bending the rules to make something happen here that's going to be nothing but a problem from here on in. Parking issues, I mean, the Berlin Turnpike, what are these people gonna do when a visitor comes and there's no parking? They can't park out on the Berlin Turnpike. Your setbacks are way out of line. There would be no way in hell that any developer, these poor guys are trying to get a square foot on a house that they have plenty of room on, and they're arguing about a few feet here and there. And here we've got something proposed that's 22 houses, so to speak, and a very little area on the Berlin Turnpike of all places, which has already the reputation of enough problems. And the police department has spent numerous years trying to straighten this out, last 20 at least. Now we're gonna promote newer housing and have this problem start all over again. Strongly against it. I think that it's gonna be nothing but a headache for the police department. And it's not it's not a workplace for anybody but a certain trade, and I don't think we want that in this town. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. And anyone else? Anyone online? So is that a hand or? There's a hand there. Oh, that's your hand. Okay, all right. I thought somebody on the commission wants to talk. Okay. Anyone online or in Zoom land who wishes to address the commission regarding this application? Yeah, she's been there all right. Okay. All right, no one else. All right. Jennifer, he's going to do an extension. So this,
There is available extension time, and Attorney Smith has indicated that he agrees. And he will submit something in writing confirming same tomorrow.
okay.
He's-
I have a 5:15 Uber. Whenever I
Get
will send an
back.
email in at some point during the day, and if not, it might be Saturday, so.
Thank you.
I will get it to you, and I am on record, and my client, Mr. Snow, has indicated that he would consent. We had talked about timing before this evening's hearing, just to make sure that we had the time under 87D.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to continue discussion on the text amendment to September 7th.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Zigma. Further discussion on this item, then all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed, so moved. All right, and the application for the site plan approval to permit a 52, am I in the right place? Hold on. Yeah, I am.
Yep.
Application for a site plan approval to permit a 52-unit multifamily residential community known as Spruce Brook Apartments on real properties known as 1906 Berlin Turnpike, 1934 Berlin Turnpike, and 0 Berlin Turnpike. So now we have the application for the site plan.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chairwoman, members of the Commission, Corporation Council, and for the record, my name is Chris Smith. I'm a land use attorney with the law firm of Alter and Pearson. I appear before you this evening on behalf of the owner applicant for this Section 8-30G Affordable Housing Development, 1906 LLC. Representing 1906 LLC this evening is Mr. Patrick Snow. We do have our entire team here. Mr. Bill, our professional civil engineer, our traffic engineer, Mr. Scott Hesketh, and through remote, Mr. Brian Miller, who is our planning consultant. As I indicated with the text amendment, there was a meeting with your consultants. We made a full presentation at your last meeting. We did hear comments from the commission, and I don't believe there were any comments from the public. We did meet with the two consultants with regards to 1906. We did.
They can't hear you.
They can't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, maybe give them a handheld thing. Use the little mic,
Yeah, that's okay.
or at least
All right.
hold it up like
Good.
Tony Bennett.
Okay, sorry about that, everybody.
Okay.
And we did have that meeting to try to whittle down the issues so that we could do a comprehensive response to their comments and your comments. And as I indicated, the goal is, I know we're working with different people's schedules, is to get something in writing file by the end of next week so that the commission, as well as your consultants, would have it a week before the next meeting, your next regularly scheduled meeting of September 7th. So we are working on that. We're here this evening. I know Mr. Bill could give you a little summary of a couple of the items that came up. We've had some communication with Mr. Chalder. Otherwise, we can save it for the response at the I see head shaking in the affirmative on September 7th, which would work fine for me too, and I'm sure everyone in the room. But again, if you have any comments concerning the site plan for 1906 this evening, we're more than happy to hear them and then be as responsive as we can and include our responses to your comments this evening in what we're preparing to submit. And obviously at the continued hearing, if you have responses at that point or any questions, we obviously are going to be responsive at that point too. So.
Okay, all right, terrific. Anything from the commission at this point?
Because of the time and restrictions right now, it's getting late. I'd like to postpone this until the next meeting.
So you're gonna continue it?
Continue until 9/7.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Zigmont to continue this to September 7th. Do you have a second?
Second, you might,
What?
we'll have public here.
Oh,
So,
oh, okay.
They're leaving.
Protocol.
Oh, all right, I'm sorry. Can you withdraw the motion? Tim?
I'll withdraw for a couple.
Well, she seconded, Andrew
Oh,
seconded,
I withdraw my second.
Okay, we'll
withdraw,
wait for a couple seconds. After
okay,
Public.
all right. So is there anyone in the public who wishes to address the site plan approval permit for the 52 units
1906.
at 1906? Berlin Turnpike.
Can I
Yes.
just ask one question? Good evening, everybody. I've been sitting here listening to you guys, trying to absorb the many questions that were asked at the last meeting. I'm assuming on the 7th of September, we'll have answers for some of those questions. Is that what I'm getting at here?
That's the goal. Yes.
Okay, just
Right.
making sure that we're on target. Thank you.
And Madam
Okay.
Chairwoman, for the record, as far, and this lady may have comments, but for the record, my client, 1906 LLC and Mr. Patrick Snow is here, does consent to the necessary time to continue this once we're done with it to September 7th under
Oh, okay,
under section 8-7D.
yes.
Thank you.
And Representative Veach?
Yes.
I could just ask you to state your name and address for the
I
record.
apologize.
No, that's all right.
Representative Veach, 1218 High Road in Kensington.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. And yes. Ms. Jorsey.
Thank you. Just one comment, so that you have my thoughts, before we close, today. That, specifically the concerns that I have, relate directly to the comments that our consultant offered us, with regard to the steepness of the slope and the accessibility and emergency access, to what's proposed, for construction on this site. I'm hoping that each of those points will be directly addressed.
Yeah. Agreed.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
And one of my items that I had at the last meeting, I requested if we could possibly get another traffic study in there.
Yep.
Since the last one was done in 2015. A lot of development has happened on the Berlin Turnpike in the last few years, so.
Yeah,
I would like to see another traffic study to give a better reading.
yeah, more current numbers. Okay, anyone else at this
If-
point?
If I can tag on to Andres, this is Rep Veach again, I apologize. In terms of that traffic study, I think that they mentioned that they did something with DOT and that's great, but I want something done with the Berlin PD. And I think that was mentioned, so I just want to make sure that we are addressing it with the local authorities because they're really the ones that know what's going on out there. Thank you.
Okay, good point. Anything, Maureen?
Yeah, I wanted to point out that in your supplemental package tonight, you have, and we have distributed it out to,
That's funny.
our consultant Glenn Chalder, as well as the, applicant that comments from the building inspector with regard to the mix of units and the affordability, as far as, accessible units, ratios, the number of units and the, and where those units are located. So, and their size.
Yep.
Because in one of the, so there's a memo for 1906, and I'll mention during the, 1676 hearing that there's one for that one as well. And that is in direct response to a question asked with regard to code requirements.
So these submissions by your building official, Mr. Van Linter, are relatively short. Could I just suggest that perhaps they be read into the record so that the public can hear them?
Okay.
They're very short. Thank you.
Alrighty. Sure. Did you want? Brian, here, the 1906
The 1906, it says 1906 at the top.
here. Got it.
1906 Berlin Turnpike Building Officials Interpretation regarding type A and B unit requirements based on the total number of units being provided as 52, 26 one bedroom and 26 two bedroom for 2021 IBC Accessibility Section 1108. There should be a total of 4 units provided as accessible. These are to be dispersed among various types offered, Section 1108.6.2.1 for Group R-2. The interpretation of the code by this office is that the 4 should be equally dispersed between the 1 and 2 bedroom units. 2 one bedroom, 2 two bedrooms. Provisions of type A and B units shall meet the 2021 IBC code as well as the ANSI 11.7.1. Frank Van Linter, Senior, Building Official, Town of Berlin, 240 Kensington Road, Berlin, Connecticut, 06037, 860-828-7019, Frank F.E. A.N. Linter at berlinct.gov. That's the first.
Thank you.
Well, if I can just explain a little on that, or not explain, but clarify something to make it clear that the, 2 two-bedroom units need to be type A units, which are accessible units. Am I not coming across? I'm usually really good at this. Huh, lesson. And the 2 two-bedroom units that need to be type A with the current design can't be accomplished because the 2-bedroom units are all on the second floor. So second and third floors, there are none on the first floor. They don't have elevators. So there will have to be some design modification in order to meet that requirement as far as we can tell by looking at the plans.
Just really quickly for the commission, we did talk about this on Tuesday. We think we have a solution. And I think the advice we've given to the applicants is you're going to have to show this on the revised plan. So I think I expect it to be taken care of, and we'll know at the end of next week.
Okay. Anyone else really quick?
Just quickly to clarify my earlier statement that the housing plan is part of this discussion. And so my hope is that with the next time you come back with the amendments that you bring to us, that all of Mr. Chalder's concerns are addressed as well. I'd like an explanation at least as to what the approach is in dealing with each of those comments.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else really quick? Any other feedback at this point? Okay,
I'll make a motion to continue this item to the September 7th meeting.
okay, we have a motion to
Second.
continue. We have a second by Mr. Zigma. Do we have further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed, so moved. Continuing to public hearings. Application of Little House Living LLC prepared by Christopher J. Smith Esquire, Alter and Pearson LLC, submitted pursuant to the general statutes 8-30G Affordable Housing Land Use Appeals. Item A, proposed zone text amendment to create a new 11 EE planned residential infill development, inclusionary multifamily residential use for the housing opportunity or workforce component. And that's basically, it's the same one. So this is the same text amendment as the other text amendment.
Yes, for the record, Chris Smith on behalf of the applicant. Yes, Madam Chairwoman, it is. And similarly, my comments concerning the text amendment with regards to the prior application for 1906 apply here.
Mhm.
And again, we are preparing responses, and Mr. Miller's working on some supplemental responses. And we plan on having that for the continued hearing. I know we did our full presentation at your last meeting 2 weeks ago for the public hearing, and we were hoping this evening that as to this application, as well as the related site plan application, that we would be able to hear from the neighbors. I know that you had asked the public, and they indicated they wanted to defer to this evening. So we're hoping, whether it's to this text amendment or to the site plan, that we can hear from the public. I know it's a late hour. You had two very busy applications to start
brutal.
off with for the evening, longer than ours. And I heard comments already from different commissioners relative to the 1906 text amendment, and we've taken those into consideration. If you have anything further for us with the text amendment for 1676, we'll take those too. And certainly we'll stand down this evening so that the public has the
Yeah.
opportunity to provide their comments. And again, we'll take comments from the commission as well. and-
Okay.
and Anybody else? Thank
All
you.
right, terrific. Thank you. Anyone? This is again text amendment. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Come on up. Use the microphone. Name and address for the record, if you please.
Sherry Rice, 38 Holly Court. My position is the same as it was on the 1906 text amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone, commission? Because I know that we've already given some input. Is there anything additional? So,
I'll make the motion to continue.
motion to continue by Mr. Rogan, second by Ms. Jorsey. Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed, so moved. And then we have the application for the, oh, what? The application for the site plan approval to permit a 20-unit multifamily residential community on real property known as 1676 Berlin Turnpike. And, all right, so this is the site plan. And I have to get to my paperwork here. Anyone have any comment on the site plan that they had so far, or are you gonna? Yeah,
Papers all. Office of the Building Inspector, 1676 Berlin Turnpike, building officials' interpretation regarding type A and B unit requirements based on the total number of units being provided as 20, all being 2-bedroom. For 2021 IBC accessibility section 1108, there should be a total of 1 unit provided as accessible, section 1108.6.2.2.1 for group R-2. This should be a type A unit. Provisions of type A and B units shall meet the 2021 IBC code as well as the ANSI 11.7.1. Frank Van Linter, Senior, Building Official, Town of Berlin, 240 Kensington Road, Berlin, Connecticut, 06037 860-828-7019, FBN Linter at berlinct.gov.
okay, thank you. Commission? Public? Anyone wish to comment? So, I mean, I think. Yes. This would be on the site plan. If you want, I mean, I do know that this is going to be continued, so. But if you're here, you may have something to say about it.
Good evening,
Hi, good evening. How are you today?
John Sisdowski, the owner of Berlin Auto Center right next door.
Yes.
A couple questions, just, the site plan. Should this be going back to wetlands? Because this hasn't been approved, correct?
It is before wetlands. It is, and the hearing on that has been continued until September 12th. So that's continuing on September 12th before wetlands. There is a pending wetlands application.
So I got a question.
12.
To the engineer on the infiltrators. The engineer, how many gallons of water do those hold?
All right, through the chair. I'm sorry.
How many gallons of water do those actually hold? And where do they dump after they get filled?
All right, what was it? I heard the second half of your question, but the first,
Oh, the infiltrators, how many gallons?
oh, the infiltrator.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, the infiltrator. That's a good question. To the gentleman on the bench. Okay, and what other concerns while he's doing?
Drainage issues. Where are they gonna be draining out once they top off? That's another thing. It's like
Okay.
Going down into my storm drains, down to my lower storage units.
John, you're very consumed with infiltrators, huh?
I am.
Yeah, okay.
And they hold water and they dump water very rapidly.
I'm just, yeah, we are concerned. I just want to take
Infiltrators are
notes.
5 feet higher than my lower storage units. And they're gonna be 15 feet away from my property line, one of them. And the hill slope just goes down. If those flood the lower storage units, I'm responsible for all the people's items in the storage units, all their valuables.
Oh, you have the storage units behind the auto shop.
They're lower. There's an upper,
Oh,
lower level where all our storm drains are.
good point.
And all those infiltrators looks like they're pointed right towards our storm drains.
And they may not be able to handle it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, all right. So,
That's the only 2 questions. That's it.
yeah, that's a good one for inland wetlands.
Right.
But that's just, if inland wetlands is meeting on the 12th,
That would not add, the wetlands are on the north side of the property. So the wetlands concerns will be on the review area under their purview. Drainage is a site plan issue before the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Some wetland.
But that, they'll be looking at the upland review area, the wetland and upland review area, which is on the north side of it. And this concern is drainage at the south end.
huh? You think, from the gentleman there?
From the
Applicant.
Perhaps the applicant can address that.
I'd rather get all the comments and address all of them.
Oh,
Definitely, Chris Smith for the record, we definitely, we're hoping to get everything so that we could hear it and then we'd be responsive to it. But- So if we can hear from everybody and then if you still want to continue, we can try to
Absolutely.
respond or we can do that off the record or do it on the seventh. We'll come back. We'll do it in writing one way or the other. We'll include it. But, good question.
Chris,
Thank you.
Attorney Smith, for the record, the project engineer spoke out, so his voice is going to be on the tape. Could you please just indicate for the record his name again?
oh, sorry about that.
Zach Georgina from Giuliano Associates, 405 Main Street, Wallingford, Connecticut, designing engineer for this. Just elected all the comments so I can respond to everything.
Very good.
Yeah, comment.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Yeah. This is the public hearing, so
You know the procedure now.
she just want to get up and stretch her legs, that's all.
That's right. This is a new knee too, so it's working pretty good.
Wow. Good report.
There was no walking.
God bless you.
let me tell you. Anyhow. I was gonna read this last week or the week before, so I'm gonna read it now due to the lateness of the hour. And I'm getting my second wind here.
Okay.
Oh, well, here we are again. Hopefully, the proposed plan text amendment addressed at the last meeting of 7/20 will be denied. There's nothing, as I said before, there's nothing positive in the text amendment that is a benefit for our town of Berlin or the people living in the proposed development. In my view, this proposal benefits.
Oh, hey, wait,
We're on the site plan.
We're on the
We're on
site plan,
not
not the text amendment.
text amendment now.
We've
Okay,
already
I know, I
passed
just said
it.
that because that was the first part of my letter. Now I'll go, now I'm going into the site.
Okay, because
I
I just. wanna make
apologize.
sure- No, don't. I just wanted to make sure because all of a sudden it occurred to me, uh-oh. All right,
Okay,
You go.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go.
All right.
Um,
Go to the
The
second.
developer, Mr. Patrick Snow's previous proposal of 20 units on 1.9 acres at 1676 Berlin Turnpike was denied and found not to be doable for the large number of proposed units, along with wetlands and intermittent waterway issues and the lay of the land. The original little brick cabins that were torn down were 8 in number with 2 buildings, center and front. With a lot less units on the 1.9 acres, there was no problematic issues with neighboring land or water concerns. So Mr. Snow has now returned to us with an almost identical proposal and seeking to again build 16 units and 2 duplexes on the 1.9 acres. That property is not able to sustain more than 14 to 15 units at best for a number of reasons. A couple of those being the wetlands presently on the north side of the border of the site limits the potential development of the site, and a 50-foot buffer in that area will certainly need to be maintained because of those wetlands and the intermittent waterways. Anyhow, having taken a walk the other night with the family dog to check out the proposed site at 1676 Berlin Turnpike, the bungalows, I noticed a considerable amount of pooling water, and I saw a lot of mighty saturated grassy dirt. This was noted on the property at the antique shop as well. Needless to say, I came home with some pretty muddy wet sneakers. The newer Keep Me Home building at a considerable higher elevation also encourages the roadway to drain into the antique shop's property as well as 1676. Also noted, the Keep Me Home building has sidewalks. One would think sidewalks would be mandatory for 1676 as well. How would that even be considered on a place such as the Berlin Turnpike? And also with a proposal of such small buffer zones. While Mr. Snow appears to have a pointed desire to intimidate the P&Z Commission, should they not approve his desired 16 units and 2 duplexes on the 1.9 acres, he intends to push back by building a New York-style high-rise with 41 rental units and hardly any buffers. One would hope that reasonable changes to Mr. Snow's proposal would encompass health, safety, and protect substantial public quality of life, along with other matters that the commission may sincerely deem necessary. Respectfully yours.
Yep. Thank you.
Linda Allstrand, 48 Holly Court. With this new 1676 Berlin Turnpike site plan, we are again looking at 15-foot setbacks with 20 rental units to be jammed together on 1.9 acres. This is high-density housing. If this is approved, we will lose our sense of safety, stability, and well-being. The underlying BT1 zone has side setbacks of 25 feet and a rear setback of 50 feet when abutting residential. Dramatically reducing the buffers states the obvious. Renters are more important than the totally disregarded neighborhood residential and commercial property owners. We are requesting that the BT1 buffers remain in place. This would lessen our vulnerability. Holly Court zoning is R15 and our owner-occupied homes are either ranches or raised ranches. This high-density housing will impact us greatly. The proposed units are all 2-story and over 26 feet in height. There is a 10-foot slope differential from our cul-de-sac, which is at 118 feet, up to 128 feet, where the units would be built. From our street, we would be looking at units that would tower over us at over 36 feet. It seems that superstorms and inundating rains for days have become our new normal. The state has issued many flood warnings this summer. If these units are built, we will have serious concerns and worries regarding stormwater runoff flooding our homes because of an ineffective infiltration system and not enough open space for stormwater to naturally dissipate into the soil. There are now 3 Cultec 180 HD infiltration placements on the site plan, a larger one on the northwest side and 2 smaller systems on the south and southwest side. There are significant terrain drops of 11 and 12 feet at the turnpike down to the 2 abutting house foundations. If these systems fail because they cannot disperse the stormwater flow from superstorms, both 51 and 48 Holly will be in jeopardy, and their lower levels will be flooded or worse. This flooding would then continue down to neighboring properties. At the July 11th, 2023 Inland Wetlands meeting, Mr. Georgina, the applicant's project engineer, stated that last year's denied site plan with the finalized StormTech 4500 infiltration system was the wrong approach for 1676 with its one massive location. He stated that the system would have dumped water into the wetlands. It doesn't take much of a brain to figure that if this system would have been dumping stormwater into the wetlands, that 51 Holly would also have been dumped with major amounts of stormwater, which would have led to its flooding. But we don't need to worry since Mr. Georgina stated that this Cultec system is the best system. How do we know what is best for 1676? Can Mr. Chalder or another hired town consultant be tasked with taking a closer look at this system and its locations? We are sitting ducks because of the 18-foot terrain drop beginning at the turnpike down to the Holly Court cul-de-sac. Historically, the Holly Court properties on the north side have had yards and lower levels flooded from the stream and culvert that runs behind them. This stormwater comes through the wetlands. With its high-density housing being built 15 feet from the property line, there will be significantly more impervious surfaces and crucial, less open space, leading to basement and yard flooding for both sides of the street. Attached is a letter sent to Inland Wetlands from attorney Dennis Kern, who represents the Berlin Land Trust. He forcefully states that the 50-foot uplands review buffer area on the north boundary, which abuts wetlands on the neighboring property, remain permanently undisturbed. His site plan review indicates that units 1, 3, 5, 7, and 8, and the Cultec recharger are all located within the buffer area. In effect, the buffer has been eliminated. The Berlin Land Trust objects strongly to this blatant misuse of the minimal 50-foot buffer to the wetlands. We ask that the commission look closely at this 50-foot uplands review buffer, agree with the Berlin Land Trust, and remove the units and the Cultec recharger from that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? In Zoom land, anyone else? Okay, well, we have another.
Sherry Rice, 38 Holly Court. Linda has really said a lot of what we feel in our neighborhood. Just a couple of points that she may not have pointed out. Again, the setbacks are extremely concerning. Being that we're a neighborhood that drops 10 feet and the buildings, I mean, I was talking with my husband and my son today, and I was like, it's gonna feel like we're looking at the Great Wall of China or something from our neighborhood with those high things. I mean, the setbacks in general are, I'm 17, so I can't put 17 feet to my neighbor's house, but in my front yard and my side yard are 35 feet. So that's 7 times the setbacks that are being proposed in this. One of the things that Linda didn't talk about was the traffic study. And I know that the traffic study was taken from 2015, 2021 being the COVID year, but in a previous application, traffic study indicated that there was going to be 237 visits daily for the 18 units. Now we're up to 20. So how much more traffic is that going to be coming out? I mean, you could talk to John, who has a property on the Berlin Turnpike, with just the amount of traffic there is in the timeframes since 2015. And even right after where Meadow Lane meets the Berlin Turnpike is a very dangerous area. I won't even let my son go up there, and I frankly won't go up there anymore just because it's just too dangerous. And that would be right after where this plan is being proposed. And as one of the commissioners pointed out last time, with the red lights being blown, I was going to Sage Park the other night and I sat at the light at the end of Worthington Ridge and watched 3 cars blow through red lights at that intersection right there. Also, just quickly, the impact on the school systems. Recently in the news, Meriden Board of Education asked their zoning board of appeals to pause new housing, citing we are struggling with the ability to pay and fund is not there. We want to know that more housing means more students, and you need to be prepared for that. And as we all know, in the past referendum cycle, the Berlin Board of Education budget was cut. Reduced funding plus more students equals issues with the school system. As Linda had expressed, the environmental issues, we're concerned about that. Visitor parking. That was something that was brought up before. There's no visitor parkings in this plan. And I don't know what, we don't know, you can't park on the Berlin Turnpike, so where are those visitors gonna go? So in closing, we don't feel that the site plan at 1776 is appropriate for that space, given the size and the number of units being squished in between these areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Online.
Online, anyone? Yes. Is that your hand or is that for Patty Burgio?
Yep. Good evening, Patty Burgio, 27 Holly Court in Berlin.
Good evening.
Hi. So we are highly concerned about the potential of poor draining causing flooding and erosion of our properties and wetlands. Witness all the major storms we've had in Connecticut this summer alone, as we know this, and we know that the super storms are getting worse. Mr. Chalder had been hired by the town, and it produced a preliminary general reporting on the 1676 property. We're requesting that he be hired to look at the plans, especially for the setbacks, infiltration system, and the downhill sloping topography. We appreciate having him on board thus far and look forward to hearing to what further information he has to share. Also, Mr. Hanfield was hired by the town to do an extensive review of 1906 Berlin Turnpike and would be very happy if he would do the same for 1676 Berlin Turnpike. Lastly, we value the dedication and hard work of the commission members and what they put into each meeting to address the matters at hand. As a community member planning to attend the public hearings for 1676 Berlin Turnpike, I would like to express my concerns for exhaustion due to the prolonged duration of previous hearings. As a result, I am concerned that my own ability to provide thoughtful and informed input might be compromised due to the hour in which it is heard. Considering the significant interest and participation for this hearing, I would kindly request that the agenda be reviewed to explore the possibility of moving the discussion closer to the beginning of the meeting. I believe that by doing so, it will facilitate more of a meaningful participation. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your thoughts. Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone else online? Anyone else here? Commission. Thoughts?
Well, I
Oh,
make one comment that, I didn't double check before the end of the day, but I believe the town engineer's comments on 1676 are still forthcoming.
okay.
So
All right, so we have to wait for them anyway.
comments are expected.
Okay. All right. Terrific. Go ahead.
I will make a motion to continue this item to the September 7th meeting.
Okay, motion by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, please, somebody second. All right, further discussion. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Oh, yes, okay, thank you.
No, it's, well,
Okay. All right, okay. Wait, yeah, all right, so that's the, okay, then we have the upbite, it's the moratorium on cannabis uses for extension, through October 20th. We have a moratorium that's in place for a discussion on cannabis. We're asking that, because we've had no chance to address it. I have serious discussion about it. We've asked that we have an extension till the 20th of October. I'm not sure, is that gonna be enough time, or do we want to move it to November? Uh, November would be better.
For October 30th, I think that you probably could make it a shorter period, but making it a longer period than was noticed for, may be problematic for the notice.
Okay. So we'd have to live with the,
Put it on again.
yeah, so we'll have to live with the 20th of October, and if we don't get to it, we're gonna have to extend it out again, right?
Oh, so it should say the 30th, and I believe the notice said the
20th.
do you have the call? The call said the 20th as well?
Hold on.
I missed if that had happened. I'm sorry.
Well, that's all right.
So, okay, so that probably follows your meeting date. You know. So on the proposed amendment to the regulation that I prepared, I crossed off and, you got distributed. I wrote to October 30th, so that should be modified to say October 20th.
Okay. And can we have a motion?
yeah, I'll make a motion to extend the moratorium.
Okay.
We're actually in public hearing,
Oh,
Oh,
so
is there anyone who wishes to address the commission regarding cannabis uses in town? Whether we should allow for them to have the sale or growth of cannabis?
Well, this is specifically, Madam Chair,
Yes, go right ahead.
regard to the text amendment moratorium, and extending.
Oh,
that
so, okay,
moratorium. So
right.
this is, we're not taking.
okay, so we're not gonna take testimony. Okay, I stand corrected. Maybe it's
just
later
on-
than I thought.
It's just on whether or not you support the moratorium being extended through October 20th.
Okay. So, all right,
thanks.
Uh,
So no,
here,
no
no
testimony.
no testimony, no
Make a
comment.
motion to close the public hearing.
Close the public hearing? Okay.
Yeah.
The moratorium, okay.
Good
Good
night.
night. We're closing what public hearing? Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Jorsey, a second by Mr. Rogan. Which public hearing are we closing? Just the
Cannabis.
moratorium?
Moratorium on cannabis,
Okay,
and then it's up again on old business.
okay. Terrific, okay,
At which
thank
point
you.
We'll make another motion.
All right, thank you. Sorry. I'm sorry. Coffee must be wearing off, so I'm gonna step it up here.
I
So
know.
further discussion, all those in favor? Aye,
Aye.
those opposed, so moved. All right, going into old business, Sunny Border is
Continued,
continued.
continued,
Continued, everything's continued
until
we get to,
the moratorium of cannabis.
yes, we're now back at moratorium of cannabis.
So I'll make a motion to extend the moratorium of cannabis uses through October 20th, 2023.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Hamel. Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye, those
Aye.
opposed, so moved. All right, cannabis discussion. Do we want to even do that?
I was wondering where we were with the survey,
Oh,
because I did go out there and look to see if there was anything posted and if that was finalized.
Well,
they've been so
I-
busy.
I did not receive any feedback, so I would not post a survey without receiving feedback and
Okay.
direction.
And I think it's because
Um,
we kept just shoving it off because of these agendas.
You want,
There you go.
So
wanna-
again, you could send me feedback via email. It's fine for you to do that.
All right.
And I can circulate, some general summary of comments.
Does Donna want to talk again?
Yeah,
Hey,
I just,
Donna, go ahead.
hi, I just want to
wanna
make
read
a
that into the
comment.
record, Chris Edge?
So
Hold
this is actually, this is a discussion item. It's not a
So
public.
then okay, so then I'm not going to speak on it then. Go ahead.
Yes, they already acted on the moratorium, which
fine,
was the
that's
public
fine.
hearing item. Thank you.
So, and I will clarify that, on this agenda, we did not include public comment. You have accepted public comment on the cannabis uses. I was, in discussions with Chairman Veely, felt that by the hour this agenda item got to on this agenda, that accepting public comment wasn't really necessary this particular agenda. But you have, listed this discussion item with public comment, and I think when we have an agenda that we feel has room, we can repost that again for further public comment.
Yeah, I
And
think,
of course, on the cannabis uses itself, once you direct staff for drafting regulations, then of course that will be subject to a public hearing.
yeah,
I did want to comment that you did, however, also receive written correspondence with regard to it, which they can take. And that's in your packet from Chris Edge.
okay, yeah, but I did see,
It's really a reiteration of previous comments.
yeah. So we will hopefully get that discussion done before the October 20th. I don't know that we'll have any discussion on the 7th of September. I'm hoping that maybe we'll schedule that, well, in October. Perhaps. All right. Huh? Okay, now,
So you do have the fair item that you did add to your agenda. I assume you want to do that before the executive session. I just
yeah,
heard the whisper. about the
okay,
executive
okay,
session.
all righty, exactly, okay. And that was because they are going,
That was.
no, that's not,
added to the-
no, we,
No,
no, we scheduled it.
It was added as scheduling the public hearing.
And that is gonna be on 9/21.
This is not the public hearing for that item.
Forget about the Christmas display is important.
Well, I know it is, and we're gonna deal with that on 9/21.
I make a motion to go into executive session to address legal
That legal stuff.
stuff and I would want to know if I could invite Mayor Mark and staff and Donna Beachy as staff as the council.
No, that's not appropriate.
No,
Okay,
okay.
bye, Donna.
But we have to, we do have to invite Maureen and Jennifer. Maureen, as she has staff, and Jennifer, she has corporate counsel. So the motion,
Motion is to invite Maureen. Oh, there's official motion, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll make a motion, to go into executive session, to discuss the status of pending litigation of Little House Living LLC versus Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission and Town of Berlin, docket number HHDCB 2361654556-S and 550-554 Berlin Turnpike Associates LLC versus Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission and the Town of Berlin, docket number HHDCB 2361704550-S and possible action relating to same. And I would like to invite Maureen, our staff, and council, Jennifer Kupla.
So
Okay.
if I could please just make a quick comment. First of all, Mr. Biella, we will call you. So when we do end the Zoom, you will receive a call from us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we are going to, at this point, go into executive session. The time should be noted as, I believe it says 11, I'm sorry, 11:14, 11:18.
What?
Um,
18.
So we're noting the time is going in at 11:18. And I just want to note too, before you vote to go in, that that coming out of executive session, that the commission is not taking any action. So we are going to end the Zoom right now. They will adjourn out of executive session. Okay, thank you so much.
The motion by Ms. Jordan. Second. Second by Mr. Zigma. Further discussion on this, and all those in favor?
Aye.
So moved. And if you use in Zoom land, good night.
Have a good night, Zoom land.